Welcome. At that beautiful witness saying, I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. But aside from the sorry, no, I'm not sorry. But welcome into our podcast listeners, to our YouTube VOD watchers, and everywhere else that you get this. I want to welcome y'all to the anniversary special. We have a couple of announcements to get through. So I want to preemptively warn you that this might be a longer intro section than usual. I also don't really apologize because, hey, it's all really good and exciting stuff that we're going to talk about. But
just
if
like
you don't want to listen
out.
to it and you're on like the YouTube, I think there's a way to just kind of skip. Waffles tells you where it goes, which is great.
Chapters.
Chapters. That's it. Chapters.
That's it.
Okay.
Chapters.
If you're on YouTube,
that's actually the
chapters
transition
are.
from earlier.
Anyways, we'll try to do it at a nice pace. So let's start with some announcements. Hold on.
Holding.
Where are my announcements?
Holding.
Okay.
Holding.
Hold on to what?
Wait.
Okay. So we're gonna start off with. I already said thank you, but I need to say a little bit more of a thank you. First of all, Maria, thank you so much for being willing to join us with this adventure. It's been an amazing year. We had not worked with you at the beginning of this, and we had heard of you, I think, through Duval or however, and it was a leap of faith, and it was the best leap of faith we've ever taken. You just bring so much to this show, and it means the world, and how you bring Tal to life, it just speaks for itself, and the stories that we tell. You're an amazing improv individual, you're an amazing actor, you're an amazing person. So thank you for joining us.
I didn't know syrup was gonna make us cry.
Oh, I'm not prepared. Duval, I don't have the words to describe you. Because what you sounds terrible. But I mean it's the end. The end. Moving right along. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try because you are larger than words. You are this presence that brings everybody up around you. But the hype and the love and the empathy and just the outpouring of positivity from you, I don't think we would have all bonded the way we did from the first session if you weren't a critical component of this makeup that is this show. You lower everybody's guard and allow people to be authentically themselves, which I know you strive for. And not only do you do so for yourself, you help every single one of us be our authentic selves. So thank you.
Oh, I love you so much. I love all you so much. Ooh.
Star. You know how much you mean to me because I think you're an amazing person, and I try to tell you on the regular how much I love you and how much you mean to me. But I also know that you took a leap of faith joining us in this. I know that at first their imposter syndrome is strong, and there were anxieties and nerves and all sorts of things. And watching you set that aside and just blow our minds consecutively, consistently, and just powerfully throughout this past year. Holy fuck. I don't have the words. You're impressive through and through. Who you are, how you act, how you play, how you think is impressive. And you impress every single one of us every single time we hang out, every single message that you send. You're amazing through and through. And thank you so much for trusting us with Arafe, for trusting us with yourself. And thank you specifically for trusting us with your authenticity, because it means the world. Waffles.
That's me.
Similarly, it's even harder for me to kind of put this into words because you're also my partner. And I don't think I could put it into words without crying already, and it's too early for that.
That's
Never so much to go.
We'll just
we need
skip
to
mine.
cry.
We have to cry in game.
No, I want to cry.
Without you, there wouldn't be this show, because watching you GM for us as Waffles Maple Syrup for a couple years, let me have the courage to try my hand at it myself. I learned how to be a good GM from watching you. You're so incredibly talented. You're witty and quick thinking. You are supportive and helpful, and all while being on your own journey that I have gotten to enjoy, not just for this past year, but for the past 3+ years that we've been together. It is beautiful to see. You, every single day that we're together, blow my mind by how amazing of a person you are and by how much you've grown. I'm honored that you trust me with Ark's story, because I also know that it's close to home with your own journey with autism. And thank you for letting me be a part of that.
Thank you.
Wait, does this mean that we get to talk about?
You're not
today?
getting
Does this
away
mean-
without
wait,
saying
wait, 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 wait. Does this mean we
Yeah.
get to talk about syrup? Because I know that you said that this intro was going to be long, but I don't think you anticipated that there's, 1 to 4
we
of
get
us
to
who are going
fire
to jump
back,
on
baby.
this. You don't get to surprise us
I'm
with
so sorry.
this
We
without.
don't have the
no.
time, unfortunately. We're gonna have
We
to
ran
just
out of time.
Ah, dang. Aw, dang. Y'all
If
don't
I can do it,
understand.
you can do it.
Y'all don't understand how amazing syrup is and has been this past year, because like
Seriously.
she said, I did not know they existed until they reached out to me about this show, and I cannot imagine my life without syrup and waffles and Duval and Star in this game. But specifically, like, to see you blossom and shine and dive full head first into this GM badass that you are, and you always had been, but you just didn't know it yet, has
Facts.
been so incredible and amazing. And honestly, like, I've been GMing for a while, and you are an inspiration for me. So I
Same.
hope that you take that to heart, that, like, when we say that we love you for both being you, but also how you run games, we mean it. I mean it. I'll say it with my full chest every single time. You're incredible. You're wonderful. And I love you very much.
I
Yeah.
am so incredibly honored that you have let us be part of your first game. I know how terrifying it is to take that first step out, and how you need to trust the people that you are playing with to take care of you. And if I think others will agree, I have played with GMs and DMs that have been GMing for 15 years. I have yet to play with someone who is as good as a GM as you are. You are S tier, easily.
thank you.
S+ tier.
S+ tier.
Uh,
What's above S+ tier?
Infinity
God.
tier. That's
God tier.
She's on that one too.
God
The
tier.
thing is, I'm so incredibly grateful for you, because I know how difficult it was for you to shoot across the bow and send a very long Discord message, and then just like, here we go, it's out there. I can't believe that it was something as simple as some weird, fun mystery theater thing weekend that we all got to hang out and meet. Like, I knew of you. I knew the space that we were in the same Venn diagrams, but I had no idea what WafflesMapleSyrup was about. And even I think I said yes before I finished like 2 sentences. Because it was really easy to understand how excited you were and passionate, and how, funnily enough, prepared you were, and you didn't need to be any of those things, because I just want to play games with really cool people. And now, as cliche as it sounds, we have this family now that I never expected to have. And I'm just love you so much. And I don't think that there's another GM that has grown as quickly as you have. I think that you are legitimately one of the best GMs on the planet. I mean it when I say GM badass.
Thank you.
This is just year 1. Imagine
Yeah,
year
y'all,
2.
this is
Imagine
year
year 5.
You're 1 out
Man,
of
it's gonna be
15.
so awkward. Would
Yeah.
you TPK us in 30 minutes?
So I'm not gonna lie, when
Get it
Duval was
out,
like, "You're the best GM ever," all I imagined was Syrup seeing Matt Mercer and Sparta kicking him into.
That was also my way of saying, kill me last, thanks.
All right, now I go. I'm not good at this stuff though.
Yeah.
So this is what you get. You're with me every day of my life, and you make every day of my life better. My push to talk came off. Even not having GM'd for the past year, which is something I significantly miss, I have had this story to look forward to because you've been here GMing me and letting us run through an amazing story and build an amazing world on top of Paizo's lore and stuff. And everything that you've learned from me, I've equivocally learned stuff from you and plan to use it in the future.
I love you. I love you all. And you are absolutely become so close and so much a family of our own, and it means the world. I'm gonna keep going because
We got it.
y'all mean the world, but I also
gotta.
have plans.
You're
today.
breathtaking.
We gotta. You're breathtaking. No, you.
So lastly, I know I said it earlier to our Breakfast Club supporters, but also to all of our supporters, to the YouTube commenters, to the Discord community, to everyone who watches our show and enjoys it. You are our champions. You are our reason for wanting to share our stories, because everybody wants what we do here at WMS is absolutely champion diverse storytelling and diverse voices, and diversity comes in all sorts of different ways, shapes, forms, colors, and beyond. And being able to not just yell into a void and know that people are hearing our stories, it's the drive that makes this show what it is. We have plans. Like Waffles and I for WMS, we have plans. For this show and this magical group of individuals, we have plans. I want to see this grow and grow and grow, and the sky is absolutely the limit with your support. So thank you so much for all of your support that you've given us thus far. Like I said, monetarily, it allows us to continue spreading the word, market ourselves, show it to more people, and just with an audience and the love and just sharing, saying, hey, to your friend, I'm listening to this really cool show, take a listen, you can watch it on YouTube, or here's your podcast. Spreading the word is free and also does everything that everything else does. So just thank you. You are literally the reason we can find any type of success, and we really do think we're doing something important. So thank you. So to talk now, that's my thank yous. That's my heartfelt thank yous to everybody. So to move forward real quick, we have two things. You might see new on the overlay right now, just for our anniversary special. We have our Ko-fi goal posted right up here. This is the Ko-fi goal for the O&O 1 year anniversary. You're welcome to contribute to it throughout this session, throughout the time. It's still going to go. And because we want to allow it for the people that are going to watch the VOD and for everybody else afterwards, we're going to go ahead and close this goal on Monday, November 7th. That'll be after the YouTube is out. That's after everything. So you have until Monday, November 7th to contribute to the Ko-fi. There are 3 tiers of goals. We've already hit our first one, where all our wonderful cast is going to get some bonuses that are well-earned and well-deserved. But more than that, we want to have a brand new intro video for y'all, and we want to have one-on-one sessions with each of these characters.
We got plans,
and
y'all.
some
We got
shenanigans.
plans.
So many plans. And
Need
I'll
that
be honest,
shipping episode.
There's a super secret stretch goal that if I could make that a reality, would cross a bucket list item off for me. So
Me too.
Yo, my mom was listening to this last one, and she asked me who that person was.
Amazing. I really want to see that come to fruition, and we really appreciate y'all's support to help us make this show even better. So again, Monday, November 7th is until the Ko-fi is going to end. We also have some incentives beyond those things, those stretch goals. Just so y'all know, we have 2 Pathfinder2e player guides that you can win for every $5 that you contribute to that goal. Which is one will be on Roll20 and one Paizo has given us to give to y'all, just, PDF version. So every $5 will get you into get Pathfinder2e player's guide. Additionally, I think, what did we say last time? Every $50 gets you some lore insight into one of the wonderful NPCs that we have. There's plenty. There's plenty. So that's the incentives for the Ko-fi goal. But now let's talk about the incentives for today, our 1-year anniversary. We have giveaways, y'all. We have giveaways. So we have also lots of surprises and things in store. So I'm going to do this in a bit of a mishmash order. First of all, Eldritch Osiris was wonderful enough, and we're going to be giving away one of their works, which is the Felsine Ancestry, Pathfinder2e compatible PDF version. Y'all, the Felsine Ancestry, they're little kitties. They're little kittens, and it's really cute. So if you ever wanted to play a little kitten in Pathfinder2e, that's you want this.
When we all die tonight,
I want it now.
You
think
cute.
I'm not coming back as another cat person. I'm just going to come back as a smaller cat person.
Additionally, we have we're going to be giving away tonight at break a 8-ounce candle from the Crafty Gamer. Those wonderful folks over at the Crafty Gamer, just like Maria has shown off right here, that it's going to be of the scent of your choice. So you can go on the website, you can say, I want this smell, and we'll get it to you. So check it out. They're wonderful, and they have all sorts of different things. Now I'm going to skip to some of the surprises that we have, both have had and will have for tonight's show. First of all, earlier today, if you caught it on social media, we released a highlight reel that is a beautiful showcase of everything that, just the highlights of the past year of roleplay and magic that we and storytelling together. It is beautiful, and Helena, aka Crudy Crafto, worked so hard on it and was so good, and it's really, really great. Go watch it. It's gorgeous.
It's so good.
Additionally,
I should watch it. I've never watched it before.
Yeah,
stop that.
Additionally, I am so excited to announce that in honor of our 1-year anniversary, we worked with a good friend of the show and a wonderful individual, So Maddie Games, to open up our brand new merch store.
It is time. Let's go.
Y'all, it's there. You can go. You can take a look. There's amazing designs. There's so much stuff, including we have our stuff, and our first design that we're releasing, designed by me. It's is there! Where the fuck is the there's fraglins, there's t-shirts, there's so much. Oh my god, he surprised us with the surprise little puzzle. It's great. But I designed, and I'm so proud of it, the Where the Fuck is Perception t-shirt, as we have all called here.
So happy about this.
Yes. So you can go get that. And I skipped this because it was still a secret, but now it is not. We're also going to do a merch giveaway tonight and we're going to celebrate it. So we're going to give away a shirt tonight as well. So that's 3 whole giveaways tonight, and a celebration of our freaking merch, y'all. So honestly, it's amazing. Maddie has been amazing to partner with. It's so good, and I love all of these designs.
You can get hoodies too?
There's everything. There's toasters, there's glasses, there's so much. Our merch is live, y'all.
These are some of the most affordable hoodies and t-shirts I have seen in merch stores.
Here's the thing,
the hoodies are
we have gone through a journey, going through Redbubble, going through like all these other like sites that are just not great. You barely get cents on the dollar for half of those things. And with Maddie saw that issue and said, I'm a fucking fix it. And it's great. And so Maddie has worked with, we're not just us on that site. You can see a whole bunch of other creators that also work with Maddie, like the Amphitheater and like Caffeine Nation, aka Duval Maria, all sorts of things. So go check out that site, go get a whole bunch of things, and it's super exciting. And we actually get a little bit more than like 2 cents for like a $30 hoodie, sometimes.
We love that for us.
Anyways. Okay, that was a lot. And of course, last but absolutely not least, our sponsors for tonight are, which is like a roller coaster, and I apologize, but really thank you to Roll20 for we're Roll20 ambassadors, and we play on their VTT, as well as Eldritch Osiris, which real quick update for them. Eldritch Osiris Games is the first ttrpg workers co-op in history, and they're built on foundation of giving voices to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry, which is super awesome. They champion diverse voices and do some really awesome stuff, mostly Pathfinder2e. But y'all, most importantly, right now, they have an upcoming Kickstarter. So go check that out. It's called Monstrous Beasts and a Guide to Friend Them. Yes, a guide to friend them. Great. I did not write the full sentence here, but it's okay. But it's their first major third-party release for Pathfinder2e. It's a book dedicated to fighting and befriending some of the most powerful creatures that roam Galarian. It's more than just a monster manual for GMs. It's chock full of player options, dozens of new animal companions, including the iconic owl bear. Shout out to Robo, who I know would love that. And there's class feats and items and more. And maybe Waffles and I have a secret Easter egg featured in there too. So their Kickstarter, I think, goes live in like 4 to 5 days. And it's coming soon, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Okay, now I'm really done. Thank you for bearing with us.
Let's go to break.
Yeah, right? It's already 8:40. Listen, it's great. We're going to hit that beautiful intro video, and we're going to get freaking started. I hope y'all are ready. Mwah. See you in class.
We gonna die.
I push a talk. Yes. Hello. Welcome. All right, friends. So,
what's
happening? At
here we go.
The end of last session, y'all had a not unnotable fight. That double negative was kind of a big deal, because for the first time in y'all's collective adventures as so far in this school year, Arc 2 has never gone down. And this time, they placed themselves purposefully in the danger, commanding you all to go back from it. And you trusted him because Arc 2 doesn't fail. But he went down. Nothing too bad, because He was recovered, saved through desperate attempts, but with administrations of the teacher and the cooking assistants and things like that, you all put yourselves together, took an exhausted breath, reported to Karide, finished up your job. And yes, sorry. Reading chat is not a good idea. And Ark went to just recover, take a breath, but thoughts are reeling. Things are happening. Not long after, I'll wait before you know that in a little bit you get notice about the masking ceremony, but I have to ask. There's no way that an event as momentous as that just goes by. Just says, "Oh, okay, well, moving on."
Agreed.
So tell me what happens after Karide, after you finish wrapping up, whatever loose ends. What do you do?
So after we've like turned in all the bugs and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Ark would probably have been quiet most of the time from now. And then after we've like completed the mission, unlike like even more unlike him than normal, or unlike a normal person than normal, and more unlike him, he says, "I think I will go to my room now," and starts to walk off.
Hey, Ark. One sec before you go.
Yes.
Are you feeling okay?
He like thinks about it for a second. It's like, I'm not hurt, if that is what you're speaking of.
No, I'm more thinking about what you're thinking about. Like, are you feeling some type of way about your strategy earlier? Are you upset at yourself about any of that?
He processes for a second. He goes, I am not upset, no. I think I made the correct decision. But I don't know why.
You don't know why you made that decision? Or...
Yes, I don't know why I made it.
Hideaki just kind of grins. Sometimes your instincts take over. Sometimes your body feels like it moves on its own. It's okay.
Well, someone recently told me that if you don't know why you're doing something, focus on what the intent was.
If I knew the intent, then I would know why, correct?
Sometimes doesn't show up right away. Sometimes you have to sit on it for a while. But we're always here if you want to talk through it.
He's kind of just nodding along and kind of withdraws back into themselves.
With that, Ark returns to his room, and you rest and recover and begin the following day. Classes take on, and life sort of like pulls back into the norm that does, between perquisite requests. One of these days, not soon after, however. Well, I'll pause because yeah. The day
Yes.
gets away from you because everybody was exhausted and tired and recuperating. So you rest as well, and then the following day you have your classes. You have your classes, which was actually the ones for your secondary branch, which wasn't with anybody here, and you didn't get a chance. And then you were at dinner, but dinner with everybody was, Lamusi
Was everybody.
was with everybody, and Lamusi was like, promised to give you all some extra special treats and came out and like thanked you all and gave you some extra foods and stuff like that. So, well, that wasn't a good time either. And then another day goes by, and this time, there was a lot of practice, and you had your fight club, which, well, Essie was there, and Akora was there, and is that really the best time? And so another day passes.
I love
And I mean, it's you are getting agitated, but you don't quite. It's like not even at the forefront of your mind at this point. And it's a little bit like
It feels like every day you're inhaling, but you forget to exhale, so it just continues to build up.
Yes. So one morning where you are prepping your spells for the day, as you do, and you sit there with Nim in front of you as you sort of talk to Nim and say like what spells you do your process, your meditation.
I'm working
whatever
on
your
something
rituals are.
new today.
Something new
Because
today.
I forgot that I had this feat. I think I asked Anchor Root for some small things because I had read it in the research that I've been doing on like potentially where hang on. Lava clubs here.
Man, this is so precious. This is beautiful.
It's just me choking on my spit, y'all.
Stay hydrated, y'all.
We're gonna pretend it's because I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. No.
Pretend.
But in their research about like their patron and their powers and everything, I think they came across some like some more herbal based magical things and learn how to kind of channel that into some like protective satchels and amulets and things of that nature, which goes on with my root magic skill feat that I forgot I got 1,000 years ago. So I'm just making this little like pouch. Yeah, this little satchel for, I'm not sure who I'm going to give it to, but
you're
for
preparing
someone.
it. Probably to take your mind off things, but no. You need this for something. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. And you go to take a did you take that pinch of rosemary already, or
yeah, I'm like double
you,
checking like the notes that I took and like everything and like
a certain point Nim's paw goes on your hand and looks up at you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is going on? Nim speaks. Or at least you understand it. If you put any more rosemary, it's just gonna be like rosemary.
Right, you're right, and I'll just like let it go. Have you always been able to actually talk?
Not exactly. But it was this whole like inference thing just wasn't working. So I went and I just asked for this. Because listen, I tried to tell you with the wagon and it just wasn't going. You did
What
not.
was I just want that
It doesn't matter though. What's going on with you right now? Because you're avoiding this.
I've been busy
Uh-huh.
with
school. I
school,
live with you.
and I've been busy.
He just stares at you.
What if they get mad at me?
I mean, I don't know. I think you're gonna have to find out, though.
But what if I don't want to?
You don't have to. I'm not going to tell anybody, but if you decide not to, then you're gonna have to refocus because this kind of energy is gonna get you killed. Again. And Mama's not gonna like that.
Who is that? Who are they? You know who they. You know
You're
who they
getting
are,
distracted
right?
again.
But
You gotta decide if you're gonna tell them or not. But whatever you decide, it should be a decision.
they have to know, right?
I'm your familiar, so whatever you say.
And Tal like puts like one last like piece of like cinnamon stick in this satchel and like ties it up because it was basically done. It
Yeah,
really
yeah.
was. And like
That one's just a
ties
little
it-
extra rosemary. That's all.
Yeah. Okay.
There's also
Okay.
a moment here of just sort of like this secondary level of processing because yes, Nim is talking to you, but perhaps their apathy is a little striking for you. Now, when they weren't talking and you do share emotions, they were always like chilling in your hood or on the bed, and so like you do recognize it makes sense. But there also could be a slight feeling of loss or some discomfort at the apathy that is being displayed.
A little bit. I think what's more striking though for Tal in this moment is that there is all of the sudden this realization that this creature that they've had with them is now more than just a pet.
Mm.
And is its own like very sentient thinking magical thing, which of course it was, but like
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, it was this super disconnect until like right now. Tal is gonna stand up and grab some paper and is going to write 4 invitations. 3 invitations. I can count.
like,
I
I don't know
have
who
to
the
write
fourth
one
one's
to
going to, but-
myself.
1, 2, over Nozono.
Mariama's
I'll
coming
take
up.
that.
Yeah, where doesn't wants to go? Can't
I
get
was-
the
Over knows
I
their
was
own
counting
person, okay?
myself. And I am going to write an invitation for a picnic this weekend.
You give those out, and
Oh,
we
they go
cut
under
to-
everybody's door. I'm not giving
Yeah,
them to anyone.
yeah. You distribute them.
Yeah.
And we cut to perhaps a little later in the day, and we zoom into the Sprout House, and we see Ark in their room. I needed a name for this. I was laughing about this earlier. You have your dorm rooms, but it's like, what is it? The Sprout room? Is it you Sprout? I need a name for these rooms.
They're hideaways.
Just the Sprout House.
So you see Ark in his hideaway, and then Tal's
Perfect.
hideaway.
I love
Yeah,
it.
hideaway. I
Yes,
love
they
that.
really are.
Okay.
That's why I made them.
I just thought of it.
I think
Thank
it's perfect.
So
Yeah.
we see Ark in their hideaway. And they're sitting on one of the cushions on the floor in the dimly lit, cozy atmosphere. We see a couple of notebooks kind of opened around Ark. One, as it gets a closer look, it's not a notebook. It seems to be more a sketchbook. Oh, I forgot. Okay, sorry. We'll talk about it break. This has been more surprises. I keep forgetting. Everyone's been
I was
like
waiting for the call
sneakily
for it
like,
earlier.
I'm sorry.
You also forgot the
So-
level ups, but it's okay.
There's been a lot, y'all. It's okay. We have a lot to
It's
do.
all right. This is a very
Um,
big episode.
So Ark has not notebooks open around, but as we get a closer look, they look like sketchbooks. And we see one page open, and there is a impeccably accurate depiction of some trees and shrubbery. Meticulous, accurate. If you were to hold that up to the trees and shrubberies right outside, you would recognize it. And there's a few others. And we catch under the corner of our eyes as well one piece of paper free floating out, kind of almost like half fallen out of one of the notebooks, which is Tal's original sketch of the flyer for Fight Club. But we move forward to what Ark is currently working on. And we see another nature scene, another some building in there as well. One of the Magaambya campuses, maybe. But unlike the previous works that we kind of glanced at, there's attempts at more impressionism, perhaps, more cross-hatching and shading, and more shaped as opposed to accuracy. But halfway through, as we kind of see Ark concentrating on this, there's a thinking look on their face, a maybe for someone very, very acutely aware of Ark's facial expressions, puzzlement, thought, confusion. Halfway through this sketch, you stop Ark.
He like looks between all the drawings that he has currently, some of the very accurate tree drawings and this one that he's attempting to do something different with, but he doesn't even know what he's attempting. Glances back up to Tal's drawing of the flyer, like the first draft of the flyer, clearly trying to use it to reference something, but he still doesn't know. And then he like grabs it hard enough to like crinkle it up a little, not purposely, just like he grabs it and you see it like crunch a little and walks out of the room.
On your way to find?
Tal.
I'm not prepared. I'm not ready. No, I'm not ready for this.
Open your door and Tal's there trying to put an
Order of
invitation on your
operations
door, and he
is so
won't apologize.
So
Ark burst out the door, hitting Tal in the head with it, knocking him out.
I have an invitation.
Tal dies
for you.
again.
This time of embarrassment.
now your invitations being given out. Tal, did you put this under their dorm rooms or in their hideaways?
I would have put them under your dorm room ones because presumably you would go to sleep at some point in the dorms.
Yeah, more assured that they'd find it there, basically.
Yeah. And
So
also that
after-
someone else wouldn't like accidentally walk in there or whatever.
Right. So after you do that, and then after a while, it's like it's not exactly the same time as all of this. A little bit later in the day, perhaps even the following day. You find yourself also at the Sprout House in your own hideaway, decompressing after classes or however. So, Ark, you heard the door earlier and can assume that they are there.
Alright. Ark will stop right outside the door. Knock 3 sharp times. Even if it's open. It's like just like
And I'm sorry, my mind went blank for 2 seconds. Is this in the Sprout House or is this in the dorm?
Sprout.
Sprout.
This is in my Sprout House hideaway. Fantastic. Okay, great. I think the door probably is closed. And you hear like a little bit of movement. That kind of sounds like perhaps claws climbing down wood. And the door like creaks open a bit, not like a sliver, but like a little bit. And Tal looks surprised to see you standing there. And says, "Oh, hi, Eric."
Hi. Can we speak about drawing?
Oh, sure. Do you want to come in here? Do we want to talk somewhere else?
Here is fine.
Okay. And they'll open the door. I don't think they usually keep their room closed. And the last time I think most anybody really was in here, it was pretty bare, except for that giant like mural. It is definitely more. It's not anymore. It is if you thought that the other rooms had tapestries and curtains and like all sorts of stuff, this is like so much more. So many more things in like coral pinks and like teals and like seafoam green and like soft pale yellows, and there's these lovely little lanterns that are hanging kind of well, no, they're not hanging. They're actually like seated on the floor. They're rather large and kind of like round in shaped. And there's a little table set like by the window under where their bed hangs pretty high on the ceiling, but like underneath that there's this like little table that has some like little like small herb jars and like this little like space that's set out for a preparation of something. And the big mural is still there, but there's also like more fabric hanging around it and everything. And there's of course beanbag chairs here.
For sure.
Big
So you
soft,
invite
super
Ark
soft
in.
pillows everywhere. Yes.
and you guys take a seat.
And he,
It's on the floor.
Yep.
Comfy cozy.
yeah, he just sits on the floor, like on his knees, his feet under his butt. And he kind of brings this paper out to you, shows it to you. It's like, how?
Oh, I didn't know you still had that.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how you drew it. It's not something that happened, correct?
Well, I mean, it happens because I well, not. I guess, yeah. It's not the final design.
No, it is not something this, and he like motions to the poster. This is not a scene that happened in the world. It is not a tree. It
Oh.
doesn't exist. You made it exist.
Oh. Well, I had. I've never had to describe that before. I just imagined it based on the kinds of things that you said that you were wanting to do, or that I thought would be good. And pieced those pieces together.
You see him think for a second. Where did the pieces come from? I could piece 4 different trees together to make something, but some of these didn't exist at all.
They, I guess, technically came from nowhere. They came from my imagination, so I guess they came from me. This is hard to explain. Okay, let me see if I can. I don't know if I can. Oh, let me try. I'm gonna dig underneath the table. There's like some very like small open crates, and Tal digs for a little bit and grabs a spare piece of paper, and like a piece of like a pencil or something, and says, "Okay, describe for me in very, very, very simple words. A snapshot of a memory you have."
He thinks for like 5 seconds. Then he says, if it is a memory, it exists, correct?
It exists for you, but I'm going to draw it.
But
So-
this would exist for you.
Oh,
As you are trying to describe this, you're still feeling that sort of like frustration of like, this isn't quite what is bothering you.
Yeah.
And Tal's like Tal's trying so hard to like try to give words to something that's so incredibly amorphous and that she has taken for granted for their entire life.
Yeah. And he say another like minute passes, and you see him like start to nod, and he goes, can you draw trust? It doesn't exist. Can you make it exist?
not. Not. I don't. I could draw something that would remind someone of. It would give the emotions of trying to trust. It would give the idea of, it would inspire them to think of something that they trust, but to actually make an emotion real and tangible, it's not really something that, I don't know, that it can really, I can't do that.
You see his eyes like squint for a second. If you cannot make it tangible, then how do you know it exists, even if you think you felt it before?
I suppose you just have to, I just choose to. It's like some people believe in gods and the like, and you can't always prove that they're there. You can't always prove that things like air exist. Not always, but or something like gravity. You can see its effects and what it interacts with, but you can't prove that it's here.
He kind of like, it's grimacing a little and like nodding. It's like, you, and then he just kind of mumbles a little. He's like, you can prove that air is here. You can see it moves things. And he like nods
Can you
one more
see
time.
air though?
Yes.
where you can see that air moves through things, but you can't actually see it. It's
Fog.
just like well, fog is not air.
It is humid
Fog
air.
is. It is just that's water though.
Like this probably goes on for like 30 seconds of just a back and forth.
Yeah, and I think Tal just at towards the end of that is like
My point is things like trust and other emotions of that nature. You can't. You can see the effects that it has on people. You can try to cause. You can try to make it happen, and it isn't something you can hold on to with your hands. It's something that just grows. It's something that you have to want.
You see him like listening, and he nods and says, like, starts to get up and says, "Thank you."
You're welcome. Why did you ask though?
I'm not sure. And then he walks out of the
Well,
room.
If you find out, let me know.
He starts going back to his room, and I think you see kind of like he's flipped over the drawing now, and he writes on the back of it, "Do I trust them?" And then he writes like a little caret down in between I and trust, and then writes the words "want to?" ?
And with that, we cut to a picnic.
Oh no!
As we're listening to that conversation, all I can think is this is the personification of analytical versus emotional thinkers trying to have.
Boy.
So, you all received letters and all know where to meet and when. And you all gather around for a picnic. Last time we had a picnic, things were a little odd, but is it the same spot, Tal?
Oh, it's if you took a side-by-side picture comparison, it's almost identical.
Perfect. Something that I failed to mention at the beginning because I didn't realize, but in the middle of the Magaambya campus is this thing called the circle. And that circle that we see, we talked about it being this sort of like I can't think of words, but gazebo. There we go.
Pavilion
Type
gazebo.
thing. Pavilion.
Pagoda.
Pagoda. But actually it is the area of where there are colorful stones around the center of the campus. It is the absolute center of campus. And these colorful stones, by the way, mind you, in our flashback scene earlier, a while back, are the ones that lit up on the defensive magic of the campus, which is around nearby where you had your picnic. So the circle is a pretty, common space to hold gatherings and things like that on campus. You find some grass a little ways off from the circle, and you all arrive.
How's the weather?
You're at this point it's like a little less in the rainy season, because like plenty of time has passed, so it's fine. It's getting probably a little chilly, but no rain. Fall weather.
Oh man, I'm excited. What's for lunch?
This?
Right. So much has happened since the last time we were here. We should really do a better job of making this like a regular thing.
I agree.
I think we said something about doing that, and then we never.
We totally didn't. But near-death experiences.
There is, of course, that beginning of sitting down, getting settled, opening up some foods, where eventually, there's just chatter and back and forth when you hear Nim speak to you, kind of like pop up from your shoulder. Only Tal
Okay, I was
understands
like, we all
this.
hear it?
Yeah,
Yes,
no, it's
no.
just me.
I saw the
That
face.
would be something.
It is
Um,
just me.
If you're gonna tell them, I would tell them now. Just say it.
Tal puts down whatever they were like food thing they were like not even eating at this point, just like kind of like
Oh,
picking
sandwiches!
While
And-
Arife is like trying to hand Hideaki a mango, she's like, "See, don't you want mangoes?"
I feel triggered by those now.
And Tal like
takes one though.
yeah, Tal like shifts their seating position a little bit, and says, "I have to tell you all something.
Everything all right?
I've kept something from you all for a really long time. And I wanted to come back here because this, the last time that we had a picnic together was after you all brought me back. While I was gone, I told you all about the person who was there and that I saw you all there. And it was you all that brought me back, and I do think that that is true, but there was
Not really true. I mean, maybe.
there was something else that happened while I was there. This
Nim scurries down your shoulder, opens up like a little pouch in your like side of your pack, like that's like been placed on the side, and you
Mhm.
see Nim kind of scurry in the bag for a second and pull out the golden thread and just rolls it into the like the center of the picnic.
Settle them.
God, I love him so much.
they told me that I had to make a choice because my thread of life or fate, or I don't know what it is, was frayed. It was broken. And in order to come back, I had to tie myself to someone else.
And they look down at the ground for like a little bit. And then when they look up, they are looking at Hideaki.
I chose you at the time. And that's not fair because you didn't have a say in it. You didn't get to choose. And I had to choose for us both.
Okay. Well, if you had to choose someone. Okay, hold on. Pause for a second. Why did you choose me?
And you hear over Noza in like the back of your head, if he's not manifested, just going, I see it now.
I think it's because at the time we were the closest. You had been kind and supportive, and I hadn't really known you all that long, but it was almost an impossible choice.
He kind of grins a little bit. Okay. Well, if it's any consolation, I would have chosen you. So maybe it's really not that big of a. No, wait a second. Wait a minute. You remember when we were talking a while back, and you asked me if I believed you? I believed what happened to you. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you ask me that, knowing full well that you made that choice?
I don't know. I was mad at you for not trusting Miriam, and we're very similar, the two of us. And if you didn't believe her, then why would you believe me? And I didn't want to keep this from you all. I didn't want to keep it from you. I just didn't.
Hideaki, you feel this pressure in like the back of your skull that is like Overnosa wanting to be manifested. Overnosa appears behind Hideaki, standing tall, wings spread, almost as you kind of, as soon as you say like, I'm sorry, Overnosa appears.
Tal shrinks.
Arg puts his hand on the staff.
Okay. Overnosa sees it. I don't know what he sees.
Overnosa kind of goes down from like 2 legs to 4, starts coming around and like sniffing around. Not sure what he's doing.
It's kind of funny, actually. All this time, I've been sort of upset with myself for making or choosing to feel like what happened to you, like I felt like I failed, and I realized that I made how I felt the problem, and I didn't even consider how you felt about what happened to you. And all this time I've been trying to figure out what this connection between us was, and wow. I'm I'm somehow frustrated, angry, proud, and happy at the same time.
Wait, are you saying that everything has? Are you saying that I've made up everything about us, about our friendship and everything because of
No.
this?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, like, I put so much emotion onto you, and you mentioned that, like, you know, hey, like, you don't really know me that well, like, you're maybe, you know, at least that's just the way that I took it. And so I sort of like, yeah, that's probably fair. And I sort of tried to figure out like what I wanted to do next about that. And all this time there was this. I don't think you were making up. I meant what I said, even though I accidentally said that to everybody about you being special. I do believe that. I just didn't expect fate to agree, I guess. Or for this choice to have commandeered something.
What is this? Overnosa picks up the thread.
Do we see it?
The spool
that's the-
thread, or
is that the-
what's
Yeah,
connecting them?
The spooler thread.
Sorry, yes.
Which thread?
Double thread.
And before we answer that, I'm so dying to know, Arafe, what's going on in your brain?
There's a lot. Arafe recognizes that this is not her time to speak. Like, this is not, essentially she is here as a witness at this point. I will say, as Overnosa came out, she would have moved slightly closer to Tal. Just because of the way that things went, she wasn't sure if it was him being aggressive or not. She assumed not, but you know,
it was a heightened emotion. That
yes,
you know, it was
startling.
Yeah,
and seeing Tal shrink down, it would have just been a slight move over. There's a lot going through her head. I think the minute that you talked about that Tal talked about, you know, choosing someone and Hideaki kind of having that, expressing that emotion of not having the choice, her hand would have gone to her shadow. Somewhat recognizing that and realizing how beneficial that feeling is. But since she hasn't talked about Yafira with anybody yet, she does not want to bring that up right now.
Let's pull no. Pull focus from me right now. That would be great, actually.
No.
Mind you, since the encounter with the centipedes, your shadow has been more individualized, easier. It didn't take as much. So when you do reach down and touch, the hand touches you back.
I think we also need to think about how positive something like this is. I mean, yes, you told us about the individual and how they tied fate together, but of the very little I know, that doesn't just happen. There has to be something special between two people for that sort of thing to happen. So I guess the real question is, did you choose Hideaki, or were you always going to choose Hideaki?
Hideaki's pacing.
If it's fate, was this just something that was meant to be?
Nim is, no one sees this, but like leaning against the backpack, Nim is nodding along like sagely.
Cigarette.
I think while your concern about Hideaki's feelings are extremely important, I think you also need to look at how oddly beautiful something like this is.
But
this isn't necessarily a bad thing.
But I don't know what it's going to do. I don't know what it's going to do to him, to me, to anyone.
I want you to think about it this way, Tal. You and I connect to the others constantly. We connect our spirits all the time. Have you ever worried what was going to happen to you if something happened to them? Or did you just do it?
Tal just kind of like sits.
And Arafe is going to actually lean into Tal so that no one else can hear this and goes, and do you really think Hideaki wouldn't sacrifice himself for you anyway? Fred or not?
I know Arafe is trying to help, and I know that you did this on purpose, Star. That did not help at all.
No.
That made it so much messier and worse.
You love a mess, Jerry.
If Hideaki has taught Arafe anything, it gets messier before it gets better.
Yeah.
We'll say about here is when Overnosa finally kind of picks it up and says, "What is this?"
It it was left behind. Um, I think it was from the same person, the same thing that was in wherever I was, who gave me my magic all those years ago.
Have you been there before?
That's not something that came up before either.
Not that I can remember, but they said that I had.
You were.
I mean, I walked into the forest when I was with my caravan, and something happened that I can't quite remember, and I walked out and I had Nim. And I guess I walked there.
Fate kind of works that way sometimes. Nim is like the worst, like third commentary person.
I
Tal here.
love Nim so much now.
Nim and Overnose podcast coming soon.
Oh my god.
Do we
yes.
notice that Tal keeps kind of like looking towards
Oh
Nim?
yeah, every time Nim talks,
Sure.
like I look over, like every single
Yeah.
time.
Hideaki
I'm gonna-
knows what that looks like.
Ark,
Very
Tal,
much so.
Arafe is gonna give Ark like a, huh? Look. Like, do you
Ark.
see this?
Art just like nods his head to the side a little and is like, yeah, I clearly see it. I don't know what it is though.
He takes a bite of his sandwich.
Eats popcorn.
Why did you wait this long?
I was scared. I was scared that you would be mad. Or
Well,
I wanted to try to figure out what it was.
I could have helped. We could have helped. We would have helped. We want to help. We will help. I would have told you immediately. That's why I'm upset. I would have chose you. I would have chose you every time. And I would have told you that that's what it took to come back.
Why?
Because you were
Why
the
is
first
it-
person outside of my village that I cared about. And you told me, even though you said it in a mean way, and you may not have meant it, you told me that you hope that I mean these words someday. That day is today. Gosh, I thought that I made a mistake by changing my physical presence. That was mean. I recognize this is not even close to the same thing. But I wanted it to mean something. And this, of course, means something. And I'm confused, and I have a headache. And yeah, I'm upset about it. But you know what's great about having energy to use is we can figure out what we do now. Because oh my gosh, that probably would have changed the centipede situation and like literally every fight we've ever been in.
Has anything happened
Oh my-
so far?
Wait, I'm sorry, Artu. I did not mean to interrupt you, but I just had like this like. So what was how did that affect you during the fight with Kurtzkin and the centipedes and the all the other bugs and everything else that we've done since you came back?
Above table. I think it was just the one.
It happened in the Kershkin fight. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I
That
think
sounds
so.
right.
I think you're right.
Yep. That's right.
Over Noza in your head, kind of like as you're processing, and there's just been a moment where Ovanoza is like, I can't figure it out, but I don't know. And like this sort of like distaste, kind of like, but cannot figure it out. And he like, because he has it in his claw, and he sort of just tosses it, like he's not throwing it like away, but he's like he doesn't care clearly, and is throwing it kind of like a little off the picnic like blanket. And you see Nim like give like this absolute like side eye and goes to pick it up and puts it back in Tal's bag.
Okay.
Familiar feud.
We thought they were gonna be friends, and that's not the case.
Actually, so like
I need the art of a tiny Nim and a large copper dragon just like facing off. It's gonna be great.
sounds fun. Ferocious. Round 2 fight.
The only time I've felt anything strange was during the fight with Kershkin. That was the only time.
This answers your question, Ark.
Yeah. Did you feel anything, Hideaki?
Again above table. I believe the ruling on the field was no because I didn't see the thread.
You weren't
Jacob
able...
knows that there was a HP separation situation, but
yeah, there was that, but I think though you did make a roll, you weren't able to like pull from like where it came from.
Right.
But now in this perspective, you did feel like
something.
You were more hurt than you like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you have a paper cut, now all of a sudden it starts hurting worse. Like that's odd.
Yeah. Yeah. And boy, I've been hurt a good bit. Good bit.
You're kind of used to the feeling. When Overnosa gets hit, you do feel that way. So it's not an unfamiliar feeling.
No.
Hideaki gets hit
it's
a
very
lot.
vague.
The Hideaki story. He gets hit a lot.
He gets in the middle of it, and he gets hit a lot.
Sure enough. Okay. I think I've talked out my frustration and anger. Okay. Overnosa, what you mentioned seeing this physical thread. What else do you see?
I don't see anything. There was a shift.
You feel something.
Potentially. I'm
Okay.
not sure. But I don't like that.
Okay. I'll put it this way. I know we don't know what we don't know. But whatever it is, Tal, I want you to know that I'm okay with whatever the consequences are.
Why?
Because I would have made the same choice. It'd be unfair for me to feel any other way. You said it yourself. An impossible choice. I think I'll be more mad if you chose somebody else. He kind of chuckles.
Does he look at Ark when he says that?
I think
Here's the thing though. There is a brief, like a very short glance over towards Ark when you say that.
Can I say give me a perception check?
Yes, you can.
All y'all, anyone that's looked at Art can. He's not very good at hiding stuff, but he also is
Sure.
Well, I got a natural one, so that's a good
Nice.
start.
pretty good.
I also got a natural one.
Oh my god.
22.
Let's go.
Airfay.
And then there's Airfay.
Yeah. Airfay, probably because you're not. It makes perfect story sense.
I'm
The
not
dice
engaged.
know.
Yeah.
Listen,
I am doing the gauge of
that.
everyone, trying to just make sure we're all good without trying to interfere too much, other than giving Tal an existential crisis.
Yeah. Airfay at some point during all this, probably like when it's first said, and maybe at this moment too, you see Ark is like relieved ? It's like somewhere between relieved and confused, but like you see like he's like I'll say like you can probably get the sense that like when it happens during the conversation, it seems like he's relieved that he wasn't chosen.
Makes sense.
But that's all.
Love that. Well, that's how you start a picnic.
At this point, you do also see kind of like coming from the direction of the Dorbs, you see two figures kind of like one's kind of just like jogging, like running, and the other seems to be like kind of like skipping / cat like keeping up towards y'all. And into view come Okoro and Naxolo, who and her Snapple, their Snapple rather, and they Snabble.
Snabble.
Snabble?
No, because I
There's
just
a lot of
rewrote
them.
my
I
notes.
thought they were drinking a fruit drink.
Sharing a Snapple.
And here they come with their Snapple.
And so Okoro's kind of like running up, like breathless, but with a wide grin on his face, and he's just like, first masking ceremony, y'all, guys. And then like not seeing anything, like any reactions, Naxolo
This been
kind of
explained to us. I don't remember, or did we just get
you
told it was
probably
happening?
heard
heard
like
it in, like,
some
passing.
things about it.
Okay.
This is the first time that you're getting told though. Like I know I told you all last session, but this time it's like in character. The first time you're hearing it, where Naxolo kind of like smiles and does a little sort of like twirl and is just like, "You're all invited. Congrats."
Thanks.
And like they keep running, so they seem to be just running around campus.
They're
excitedly
running
telling
around?
people.
Yeah.
yeah,
doing the thing.
You
Oh,
hear
that
Art,
was
you hear Art mumble
Interesting timing.
like, finally.
yes.
And
And
you
so-
just hear Arifai under her breath go, "That fucking timing."
So with that, unless anybody has any last things to say.
I do.
I did have one thing to say.
yeah,
Go,
I'm
go
gonna-
ahead. Art. Go ahead. You first.
Gonna turn this conversation on its head for a second. Hopefully, it doesn't get too long or bad. I think
It's gonna go both of those ways. You know it is.
You know
yeah,
it is, and we're gonna
after
love
a
it.
silence hangs for a couple of seconds after they run off, I think Ark would kind of speak up for a second and say, So our stops, thinks. Are you all okay with this? RFA, you're fine with not being chosen. Hideaki, you are. Tao.
Yeah. I'm
I would
okay
have
with being
been
chosen.
fine with either choice.
That seems to very much confuse her.
Can Arafane note the confusion?
I'd say yeah. Like it was like like he purposely puts on a confused face.
Considering that, what about you?
I am. Looks at Tao for a second. Happy they
Tal
did
is
not.
looking at Tal. When you look over, Tal is like almost on the verge of tears and hasn't responded to your question yet.
Sure. And he says, "I am happy they did not choose me."
And that's okay.
Okay. Oh wow. I just thought of something. What if I haven't seen them since then, but the really cool like elvish person that helped with the ritual, maybe they might know something. If
They've been
Only
gone
if-
for a while.
yeah, we got them here once. It's anything's possible at this point.
Arafe has been keeping an active eye out for when Lissetti comes back.
Yes.
But seeing Tal kind of on the verge of tears, but we don't have to if you don't want to. This is your call, Tal.
I think a very like quiet voice, like face still like down towards the ground, will say,
Ark, why are you happy you weren't chosen?
He takes like a half breath then. I think it would have been more dangerous for you if you chose me.
Arafe smiles.
Hideki just nods.
Well, I wish I didn't have to choose anyone. You all are okay with this, but I'm not. And that's why it took me this long to tell you, because I didn't want it to be real. I forgot about it. And then
Art.
it started coming back.
Art kind of shrugs matter-of-factly, probably not tapping completely into the emotions of the situation, and says, "But you had to, so you did."
When did it start coming back?
When that thread showed up, and this reminded me of everything, and I hadn't told anyone, and I didn't think that it didn't seem to be impacting anything, and so I didn't think it was important.
All right.
It's
How
all
do you
right
f-
that you feel bad about this, but also know that you did nothing wrong. And Hideaki can be upset about it and still be happy about it, and there can still be nothing wrong. Nobody did anything wrong here. And it's okay to be happy, it's okay to be sad, it's okay to be upset, it's okay to feel guilty. But what had to be done had to be done. And we'll figure it out. Whether that's dealing with the thread staying, switching it to someone else if you can, severing it if need be, and making sure you're okay.
No.
But no matter what, it's okay. Just know that.
Hideaki looks lost in thought but he's actually telepathically reaching out to Overnoza. They were right. I did win.
Suppose it's a matter of perception, as all things are. And like Overnoza is like answering you, and he's there, but he's distracted, and he's like kind of in his own thoughts.
I think when Nim just like casually said no, when Arafe was talking, like Tal like shot a glance in that direction, has not stopped looking at Nim. just hasn't.
Nim sees this and he's just like, "What? Sister wouldn't be happy."
Also, Notal, we don't have to unpack all of this right now.
Yeah, we have sandwiches to eat.
We have all the time in the world.
Do we?
Sure.
If I have anything to say about it, we do.
With that, Tal not feeling very resolved, and if anything, rather just more
Feels
complicated.
So much worse.
Yes,
so
in
much
fact,
worse.
much worse.
Yeah. I was anxious before, and now I'm like on the ground.
It does help that like literally simultaneously Nim started talking, which is literally just making worse. Like, it's great.
Shut up, God.
So we take a break from that, and though not feeling 100, however long Tal lasts, the picnic comes to an end, and as you disperse and are walking away, Ark.
Yeah, Art kind of makes sure that they are able to walk beside Hideaki, like walking away, where there's a little less earshot from everyone else. And this is like, Hideaki, you'd probably catch this like rival / whatever they have going on between them. And I don't even think he fully means it like to be a rival thing, but he just kind of musing into the air out loud, he says, "Could you not tell that somebody attached himself to you?"
Do you mean physically, emotionally, mentally? You got to be a little bit more specific.
You seemed surprised when they said so, Ini.
I think it's a bit more nuanced than that, Arc 2.
Seemed like nod a little bit. The turn getting ready to come up to his room. And he stops for a second and says, "I'm pretty sure I could have."
He puts his hand on his shoulder with a smile. But thank goodness we will never have to know.
Stop it! Stop it!
And he actually like genuinely smiles back and says, "Yes, that's good."
That's the best. Oh, that's so perfect.
Maria's just on the floor.
I literally went to the floor. I was so that I can't.
But Ark just being like, "Yeah, it's great." Like truly, it's the best.
Art genuinely happy it didn't happen.
Oh, amazing.
The achievement pops up that says "Made frenemies."
Best frenemies.
Best frenemies.
Miscommunication accomplished. All right, so I love this. With that in mind, we move forward. We move forward with some classes and some time. Though complex, you tie up loose ends, and we can, at perhaps a later point, come back to look into a little bit more details. But today, on our anniversary, we start with your first masking ceremony.
Woo.
As
Let's
time
fucking
gets
go.
closer,
First.
the campus is
I know, right?
abuzz. The energy of other initiates is, hard to not let enter. And excitement begins to mount. The information that you're able to gather in regards to the masking ceremony is that initiates must craft a mask. It involves genuine and often lengthy work. Each student crafts a mask under the eye, sometimes aid, of the teachers. And you know that it begins solemn, or somber rather, before turning into a more joyous occasion. That is sort of the expectations that are set to you, and you all start thinking about, oh, what mask do I want? You know, the traditional to the Magaambya is going to be an animal. And aside from that, you have no idea what to expect. However, our lovely initiates, or rather, yes, initiates, because you're in your perquisite period, but you're initiates. Our initiates haven't had the best luck with ceremonies, and whether, I don't know, maybe it's player bleed, I don't know, but a certain group of people told me we're not going to that ceremony early. We're going to take our time because we're not going to be the first ones there. So
Look, we have PTSD already, and we've only been at this school like 2 months.
Listen, who am I
right?
to deny?
Has it been a year? How long have we been here?
So, my friends, the big day is here.
Let's go.
It is time. And though the dorm empties out, you hang back. Not gonna be late. You're gonna be on time. If anything happens, let them deal with it. So by the time that you arrive... Hold on. Actually, I'm getting excited. Hold on. Where are all my notes? There they are. Okay. Great. Great.
I just want to peel back the curtain while Syrup gets themselves situated. I wish y'all could see our group of DMs. We're yelling at each other like, "Oh my god, y'all are so great!"
Yeah. No, you're great. You're great.
Anyway,
this is what it's like to be on a set and be like, "Great scene, bro." You get the Oscar for that one.
Amazing. Okay, so as you approach the doors to the auditorium, you hear rather lively chatter inside. There seems to be a crowd. You know that some teachers are going to be in attendance, and you did know that most of the individuals in the Spire dormitory were going to be, that are in your initiate class, larger scale, are also part of the masking ceremony. But it sounds particularly a buzz. That's not quite as many people as that sounds. And as you open the double doors to the auditorium, you see a wooden auditorium, 2 levels, seats on there's a stage at the far end, seats on either side, and stairs on either end of you leading up to 2 kind of balconies. But you look around at all the people gathered, and you see Anchor Root talking to 2 older gnolls. You see strands of glowing dawn welcoming and hugging an assortment of individuals, some in hybrid spider form. Hideaki, catching your attention, are 2 adult kitsune.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, we're gonna go break, right? Yeah, we're gonna go to break now.
I wasn't ready for this, dude.
That you recognize. By the way, y'all, I was dancing my butt off all week, being like, they think it's gonna be a fight. They They don't know. They do not
This
know.
is worse. This is
I didn't think it was gonna be a fight, but I didn't
Man,
think.
I'm over here like I was really confident about the first half of this session. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful.
Hideaki, your eyes set upon your mother and father.
Let's go.
It's Mama Yaki and Daddy Yaki.
How far out are they?
Essie. They're out. They're
Okay.
kind of like somewhere in the auditorium. Essie, you see turn over as somebody else has kind of entered in behind you, and her eyes alight as she goes in just pure happiness. Mother, you're here. And you see the person that walked in behind you is a beautiful, striking individual with smooth, dark skin, stern, intelligent look in their eyes, with a soft smile as they welcome Essie with a hug. Though perhaps in a certain flashback, this individual had wild curly hair, their hair is straight, tucked back, smoothed out into a strict bun. She smiles and says, "Of course I wouldn't miss your masking ceremony. I came back especially for it." And Essie is just beaming. And you have never seen Essie like this. You can tell she idolizes her mother. Mariama is there engaging with Zahma and Zanvi. Strands of Glowing Dawn's children. No family around that you can see. She seems fine with it. When the doors open, Noxolo shot an anxious look. Noxolo, the calm, transcendent, just chill individual. It's not a look you're familiar with, but you catch an anxious look, but quickly is composed as she leans back in a chair and just pets Snapple next to her. Ignacy is alone, off in a corner, strategically placed to have his eyes easily on the door.
Over
He's
here,
writing in
buddy.
his notebook.
Come here. Stop writing about us and just come over here.
He's writing his fanfic. Leave him alone.
Oh my god.
Akoro is hugging a young girl, the familial resemblance strong enough to recognize as like a younger sister. There's a woman next to him. His mother, smiling, enjoying the moment as another non-binary individual is there holding a young baby in their arms. Okoro's other parent seems to have a nice big family that's just joyous and hugging, and his sister's all like in like just absolutely like jumping for joy at being reunited with her brother. Habram seems to be conversing with a carbon copy of himself.
Yes.
Well, a carbon copy if the copy was older with grayer hair. And he seems to be talking enthusiastically. And his father seems to be just sort of like nodding and harumphing and just sort of like,
And then we're gonna start business together?
in a way that like leaves you slightly confused if he's pleased or peeved. But it doesn't seem to be bothering Abram, who's just launching into whatever tirade that they are talking about. And Shazira is sitting with his feet propped up on like the chairs in front of him, being talked at, it seems like, by two similar patterned catfolk who seem to be kind of like trying to like, oh no, don't put your feet down, and he's just ignoring them. He's just his eyes are closed, he's leaning back. Hideaki, as your eyes connect with your parents, your mother gives a bright smile as she begins to walk over
He runs.
to her. Or away.
Please.
Books it out of
He's
there.
gone. Exit
Get
stage
out.
left.
I'm out. Runs towards his mother.
Gets swept up in a hug. And as that unfolds, Airfay, your eyes are distracted by a familiar older man. Can you remind us what Infar looks like?
Infar is ancient. He is this, what looks like probably used to be a tall man, but is now using a walking stick, but is hunched over. Still kind of holds a regality in his frailty. To the point where you kind of look at him and go, how did you make this journey here?
Yeah, absolutely.
But definitely like scraggly white beard, long white hair that's pulled back into a braid. But you do note that the minute Airface sees him, it goes from the usual like loose that she is around you to immediate straight back regality, essentially.
And as you notice that, and Infar finds you, you see him go and start to make his way. Not really smiling as much as like genial, but not. It's nothing like Hideaki and his mother.
As Airfay remembers the letter that she just sent, and she will make kind of she will make her way over. There is a little bit of hesitancy to go forward, but goes nonetheless.
As you start to take all this in, Taliatia, anxiety hits you. Oh shit, family.
Oh no.
And there's a moment of, well, this is gonna, before you can really finish the thought, you hear your name called out across the auditorium as you look over and you see your brother standing on top of one of the seats, just waving his hands to you. You see both your mother and your father standing next to him, and of all things, there sitting down is grandmother Olu, smiling over at you and waving, all of them waving you over.
I run so fast. I jump over chairs. I jump over people.
And you kind of launch yourself in, and there's this sort of like, you're between your mom and your dad, and then also like, you know, your brother kind of wraps his arm around you.
I want to touch everyone. I don't care. I want to try to like get everyone.
And your grandmother like holds on, you know, is mature and calm and you know, lets everybody get this out before kind of looking at you. She extends, she puts you out in front of her, like looking you over. She goes, "Oh, Tal," and just hugs you into her.
So tight.
Ark. All of your associates have run off in their different directions, or some walked. You don't know what to expect. Seems like family has been invited. So it is actually to quite a surprise. Where, to the left of the door, steps out a woman with dark brown hair. She looks at you and says, "Ark 2.
Iska.
Come. I would like to look you over."
He gives a small, like, half bow, half nod, and follows.
She leads you over to a seat by the wall. Sit.
He sits.
She looks kind of out one of the windows to get an idea of the time. I thought you'd be prompter.
This bitch.
So we are gonna fight.
We're gonna have a fight on the back of Denny's.
I would like to roll
tonight.
initiative now. Thank you.
Back of Denny's.
In the past, we have been prompt, and it has resulted in altercations. So we decided not to be prompt.
Well, what spells have you prepared today?
I have prepared. I did not expect to fight, so I have prepared. Waffles goes and looks at his sheet.
Right?
This Waffles did not expect to fight. I have prepared. I have a wand of mage armor, and I have prepared one spell that I learned very recently. Jump and quick sort.
Quick sword.
Yeah, quick sort. Because
She raises an eyebrow.
and it's like all basically non-fighting spells.
You did not expect to fight? Do you expect... Do you only prepare yourself when you're expecting?
I can still defend myself.
Tell me, what are the schools of these spells?
That's a great question. Hold on. Jump is transmutation.
Mm-hmm.
Quick sort is transmutation. And the other one is evocation.
Give me 1 sec. Okay.
Which again is not like him. He's usually high in evocation, but he very specifically did not expect to fight today.
You said conjuration?
Transmutation for the first two,
Sorry.
and then evocation for the last.
When you tell that, she kind of raises an eyebrow as well. Do you prefer transmutation? Recently?
No, I prefer usefulness.
Tell me about your school experience thus far. And we take a look at the different area of the classroom, as that is, the auditorium, as that is being described. Hideaki, you run into your mother's arms, and she gives you a big hug back. Darling, how are you? And she's like petting, like, you know, holding your face, like checking you over.
I can't. Why are you doing this right now? Okay. There's so much. First, wait a second. Hold on. I'm being rude. How was the travel? How did that go? Was that uneventful? How did that go?
Yes,
First.
we had. It was more than I anticipated, but it was fine. Yeah, it was fine.
Same, especially since like I took all the books, remember, and so it took like a lot longer.
That must have been a lot. Yeah, we had
Yep.
sort of wagons most of the way.
That would have been really nice.
Well, yes, but how are you doing? How is everything?
Things are good. Learning a lot. Actually teaching a little bit. So that's fun. Really.
You would be such a good teacher. I always said that you had that knack.
Oh, thanks, Mom. Thank you.
You can do
Also-
anything you set your mind to. I know it.
Also, we almost died a lot.
Almost.
Yeah, it's so lots of what's the word? Lots of violence. But we're here. We're taking steps forward. Man, I really hated some of my teachers at first. Now I only hate like a couple of them. Really only one. That's mostly because they don't really like me that very much.
You hear your father clear his throat from kind of standing to like behind and the right of your mother.
Father? And he kind of like not doesn't step back, but he sort of appreciates his father's presence for a minute.
Your father looks at you.
He tries his best to stand as tall as fuck.
How are you?
I'm pretty good.
And you see your mother like patting him on the shoulder, like or on the arm, being like, "Good job," like asking, like, good, good small talk, good small talk.
Right. Yeah. I think if I continue to do what I'm doing, I'm going to change this place and a lot of different places for the better, including home.
He doesn't really seem to react much to like the words you're saying, and he goes, "Listen, I came here because the village is concerned."
Manifesting on.
He takes a step back. I was actually hoping to have a word with you without... He's like not looking at Overnoza, like without him.
Yeah, you've been keeping secrets apparently. Noted.
And he gets like aggravated. He's like, that is not... Son, I have something to tell you, if you wouldn't mind.
And he gives him a hug.
He does not, like, he's like, are you listening to me?
No.
You need
But how
to
is
know
this? Is not the first time.
And
Okay,
like he kind of just
it's
looks.
your turn. You can talk. Go ahead. I'm listening now.
He like you see him look this kind of like what am I supposed to do here? Like exasperated to your mother, who's like just like it's fine. He'll listen. It's okay. And like basically you maneuver to a more private area, taking a seat kind of in one of the areas of the auditorium. And he kind of like hesitates. He's trying to maintain a sort of stoicism, but he's just like looks over at Overnoza. He's like, "Can we please have a word in private?"
You know he's going to hear it regardless, right?
No, I did not know that.
So, when one shares a soul with a dragon in the astral sea, it kind of comes with the territory.
You see him look a little like his ears twitch back when you mention the astral sea. You should know more of the story of our founding, the village. Kind of steals himself and then looks like kind of middle distance, like trying to keep Overnoza out of his periphery. Like, he's trying to like not look at him.
I'll it's fine. You already you know, and I'll unmanifest him.
Yeah. It's like it's more about like, okay, but it's really uncomfortable to talk. Yeah. Perfect.
But he's relishing the fact that he's never seen his dad like this before, so he's like loving the shit out of this.
So he clears his throat again. Once we had an accord with a dragon. And we'll pick up that story when we come back from break.
God damn it!
come back to a rowdy and joyous auditorium full of individuals. And in a certain area, this private conversation is being held as
A gazebo.
an older not excuse you're in the auditorium. The older similar markings to Hideaki Kitsune, wearing the same colors of the village which you originate, as well as a sort of like a medallion crest sort of like pinned to it, representing the elder of that village, is talking to you as you unmanifest Fernosa, whatever that word is, and he's able to look you a little bit more directly in the eye.
Quick question.
As my notes were up. Yes.
As you're pulling up your notes, is Mom here as well, or is it just us two?
She's kind of like, she's there, but has taken a step back to allow for like she's moral support in the corner.
Got it.
Kind of a deal.
Got it. Okay, because the only thing I wanted to add to Mom's description is her markings are a little different. Her like melanin, as I've been kind of calling it behind the scenes, is actually like freckles.
I love her. I immediately love her. I love freckles. Okay.
She's wearing like a bandana, like he's going to garden.
Oh, so cute. So cute.
I love
All right.
Okay.
So, as he spoke to you, he said you should know more of the story of our founding. Once we had an accord with a dragon. It protected the village. But over time, he became possessive. He would not let us leave or share our gifts with the outside world. Our ancestors made a difficult decision to bind him so that he could not harm us. But we continued our way of life around him as a way of honoring him and his continued protection. The choosing ceremony is symbolic, but it was never meant to actually, it kind of like waves at you, like to what had happened with you. Where Overnosa, or a spirit of a dragon, chose you and intertwined souls with you. We don't know what it means that the dragon is with you now. For the village, everyone is worried about the protection. You should know. And guard yourself as best you can.
All right. It seems it's just the season of keeping secrets from me. So, two things majorly. One, I knew most of that. Thanks to, I've been, sending letters back and forth to Kazushi to check in. I don't know if you knew or not. I know Mom knew. So.
Yes, she told me.
Okay. I figured.
Thumbs up from the back. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. So, as part of our connection and this sharing of souls, as you can probably imagine, we talk a good bit. You had a bit of a visceral reaction when I mentioned the Astral Sea. What do you know about that?
I only have the records of the previous leaders. There is mention of it, but it has to do with the binding. I am not at liberty to discuss anymore.
So what happens when I let Overnosa out of the Astral Sea?
Why would you do that?
Because it sounds awesome.
Do you
And
think for 1 second past the moment of the immediate?
You do not get to yell at me anymore.
He kind of like raises his hand and actually kind of just turns around to stomp off out of the auditorium. Your mother hesitates for a moment and she looks at you and she kind of just goes, he's trying to take care of the village. He has a lot of responsibility. I'll talk to him.
As he
Kind of pats
walks
you on
out,
the arm.
I don't like rip my arm away from my mom, but in my left arm, I cast electric arc and I snap it on the ground.
Whew.
You
She,
do
like,
not get to end conversations with me anymore either.
There's a kind of a quiet in the auditorium and all of you like turn to see this. But he walks out.
He walks out away from me.
Mhm.
Okay. I charge after him.
And your mother looks flustered and says, just calm down. And we cut from here.
You didn't want to give me a fight syrup? I brought one.
You gave me a punching bag. What am I supposed to do? You brought it to my house.
Also, did we just learn that Overnosa's horde was your village?
I feel like we've been using it a little bit, but we'll see.
Faye, you can't escape this.
I don't want it. But I do. Let's go.
Far shuffles up to you, greets you. Faye,
And far?
I'm glad to see you doing well, I hope.
I think so. Things have been going relatively well.
Sort of shuffles a little, like good. Anything of note? Progression? How are you doing with kind of gestures that like your hands, like your powers?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's slow and not perfect, but it seems to be starting to come back to me slowly.
Good. And your memories?
Fortunately, nothing there.
Of course, and that's okay, dear. It's okay. And he kind of like pats you on the forearm. I'm sure it'll come in time. It'll come in time. Now, if you're progressing, do you feel confident enough to return to the village?
Oh, unfortunately, not yet. There's still very, very little that I can do, and I feel like there's a lot of potential for me to get much better here.
Yes. And you see him like kind of like shuffling again. We can discuss. But
How is Fallon?
Doing okay, given what occurred is rather tragic. His leg, I hope, will heal, though it's still aches on the off occasion. The village does their best to help out, but our resources are limited. We look forward to your return, especially them.
Yes, and hopefully soon, but it seems to be taking some time. There is progress, though, so
Yes, and I will try to let the, but you know, the village is trying to make ends meet in your absence. Just remember, you know, we are trying our best, and don't take too long. And he like pats you on the hand. I think I need to sit down if you do it, and kind of tries to like.
And she'll like help him over, and as she's helping Infar sit down, she's actually like gonna glance back at her shadow.
Yes,
just a second,
absolutely.
not to draw attention to it, but
Yep. It's there. Perhaps not exactly where it should be, based on the lighting. It's there.
my shadow bitch slaps Infar.
And kind of like at this point, you're leading him back to go find a seat, and you're guiding him, and as he kind of like, you know, heaves a weary sigh, he sits in his old bones, is when there's suddenly like lightning across the room from Hideaki, who, by the way, y'all, Teacher Ott is there, Zuma is there,
Every teacher possible is here.
Just want y'all to know, in case
Great,
that
great,
makes
great.
a difference. Okay. Which draws your attention. However, Taliatia, you are being surrounded by love. And one, after the turmoil of the past couple weeks, is so welcoming.
Mm-hmm.
And your brother, who peels away from the hugs and is just like, do you know how many of the troop we had to talk down from claiming to be your family? They would have filled the entire auditorium.
I'm surprised that entire caravan isn't outside somewhere, honestly.
Oh, we're actually outside the Natambu. We couldn't really travel outside of the troops, so we... Yeah. On the outskirts, we traveled in because, you know, it's space in the caravan, but we've been making our journey for a little bit now. to make it here. We wouldn't miss this. And like your mother kind of like comes in with that, like, we wouldn't miss this. And just kind of, she's at this point where like she's missed you and can't stop like touching you, like gently, like
yeah.
Like she's petting your hand and your arm, and like she's just constantly touching you.
Yeah.
Your father's just like kind of proudly like smiling, and then your eyes turn to your grandmother, who has been, you know, smiling and patient and kind, in her just calming. Her presence just calming. And she looks at you, and finally like your parents step away to give her some space as well, even though they're all very close to you. And Grandmother Olu kind of holds each of your arms, like your forearms, and looks you over. And she's a little shorter than you at this point. It's kind of like you know, in her age. Oh, Tal, come here. And just pulls you into another hug.
Ooh, I didn't even know you all were coming.
Yeah, it's we spoke. Teacher Ott sent us a letter.
Well, I'll have to thank him then.
She pulls away, this time kind of holding you on like your shoulders, and you're kind of in that awkward of like you have to kind of crouch down a little bit to let her do so, like upper arms rather. She looks at you for a moment. How are you doing? She just gives this knowing, like, sigh. I'm sorry.
Tal immediately bursts into tears. Immediately.
She kind of pulls you back in, and though your family is there kind of like supporting as well, and like oh, you know, like giving like the little oohs and ahs and like oh patting you and things like that, grandmother Olu whispers kind of softly in your ear. It's not fair that you're saddled with this burden. I know.
I don't think Tal would do anything. I think that there's like she's in her head finally with people that like they trust implicitly, and is just so incredibly overwhelmed by the wave of like just like even like they know that their friends like do want to support them, but they like this is different. This is different. So I think they're just letting themselves like release before
and she lets you.
Before continuing on anything.
What happens is basically, you know, she gives you that space to let those feelings out. She gives you that space, as do your parents, and you know, you do pull away from her for a little bit, still crying, and you're sort of brought almost like a little like huddled group towards an end of like a bench, and you get kind of like directed inwards, and you all just kind of sit around for a little bit, and even though you're not 100%, conversation carries on around you comfortingly, almost trying to kind of like let you have your space as your mother starts talking about what's been going on at the troop, what you've missed, who's new, who's left, some of the new acts, your brother adding commentary, your father mostly letting your mother do the talking, but, you know, does add 2 cents here and there as well. And they're not looking for you to have to respond or anything. They're just talking to you, letting you know. And it's enough to sort of like calm the flow of tears a little bit.
Yeah.
Eventually, if you've calmed a little, grandmother pats you on the hand. She's sitting the closest to you right now, kind of next to you. Your brother's kind of like standing up, leaning against like the bench in front of y'all, like kind of just sitting facing y'all, but like on top of the back of the bench. And she kind of looks around and she's like, "If you don't mind, I'm a little parched. Could you get me some water?" And your brother's like, "Yeah, of course." And she kind of directed that to your brother, and then she turns to your parents and says, "A moment, if you don't mind." And they go down the ways a bit to give you and your grandmother some privacy. She goes to begin to talk to you when you're interrupted by a loud crackling of
God
lightning.
damn it, Hideaki. Fuck you.
You know what? I deserve that.
Amazing.
I was gonna ask questions, right? Just now I can't. Cause I'm gonna chase you, and I know I am. Cause god damn it.
So, Ark.
Yeah.
Is Ark high?
Yeah.
So
Maybe.
He
So-
needs to be to deal with this guy.
Oh my god. Your waffles are showing. So you tell her about how studies have been going, you give her you download, so to speak, the info. But she peppers you with questions. Particularly, for example, if you mention anything about not Well, I mean, without getting into the nitty-gritty, I would like to know in general, like, does Ark say only the triumph? Does he talk about, like, changing branches? Does he talk about any struggles? Just a sort of overview type of thing.
He talks about everything from like point A to point B, but it's all like the way he talks about it, and it's not in like a lying way. It's like from his own point of view, but it's if there was a 0 line and the triumphs were positive, everything would be positive. Even changing classes, and he doesn't talk about going down. That's the only thing he leaves out.
Okay. When he talks about the triumphs, about the switching classes or anything like that, she asks you questions that she's not ever asked you before. Normally, your conversations were analytical, were straightforward, matter of fact. Oddly, she asks you, and when your classmate thought differently than you, did you feel any jealousy?
No.
When you were
Perception
given
check.
these tasks, did they ever anger you?
No.
And along those lines, have you felt sad?
No.
How are your relationships with your classmates?
Adequate. They are good.
Are there any that are closer than the others? Do any stand out to you?
You see him like think for a hard second. Stand out in what way?
Anyway, you tell me.
Arfe is getting stronger quicker than everybody. Hideaki is loud, but started at a higher place than everyone. And Talyatya is still finding their place, but I think it's going to happen.
She hones in on this. What makes you think that?
Intuition? I'm not sure. It just feels like it will happen.
For the first time, there is a slight smile that crosses Iska's face. Interesting. Come. I'd like to take some samples. And she motions for you to turn around in your seat the way you're used to do in your cave. As she pulls out a small little, like, roll of tools.
Yep.
And you do so?
Yeah. He's here to follow orders.
She does this as she pulls it out, unrolls it, sort of, actually kind of hands it to you. She goes, hold please. And pulls the tool out, and at the nape of your neck, she opens that panel. Now, everybody who has been distracted by this lightning, including yourself, Hideaki, as you go chasing out, make me a perception check.
We do
Natural
it at
20.
dis-
Oh my god!
And
Now's a good time to say, chat, you can give us hero points. Just say. You can use your points in the channel.
I was gonna ask if we did it with disadvantage because we're all
is this-
distracted.
Is this a
It's all coming out in the wash. I'm taking it into consideration.
Fair enough.
okay, never mind.
I got an 18.
Okay.
If
That's how
this is a
that's a
sound
19.
related thing, yeah, it's a 19. If it's a sound related thing, then it's slightly different potentially. But
It's a 28, by the way.
28. Okay.
28, holy shit.
I just I got some more perception when I leveled up. Shared
Here's
vigilance,
the
baby.
thing. As you go to shoot off that lightning, Hideaki, and you yell across, and yes, it's loud, and the people around you definitely pay attention to it, but it's not enough to fully cease the conversation, though the teachers do look at you as well. But as you turn to go after, you sort of turn, and by happenstance, and like the way you went to go privately have a little conversation with your father, and where Ark is been tucked away to a private corner, you could have turned to go past him, and you see right in front of you Ark 2 with a panel on the back of their neck open. Now there's more, but Erife, Tal, as you are shocked by the sound and you look up to go try to find it, you do also see Ark a little bit like to the other side. Same thing, a panel at the base of their neck open. Now, something curious that I just want to point out is that up until now, the fact that Ark has been an android has just kind of gone under. This is the first, under the radar. This is the first time you've ever seen anything like this. Androids are not a thing here. That's not common or even uncommon. That's fucking rare.
Would we have even understood that he has compartments?
He has the skin patternings, the tattoos that glue, that glue.
that
That's
glued
the glue
themselves
that keeps
together.
together.
Your brain probably attributed that to some form of magic. But this is a compartment in their neck, open. Now, Hideaki, with your natural 20. You, just from your angle and where you've noticed, you see Iska taking a sort of a vial. And, through some, there's the equivalent of sort of musculature and some tubes and liquids and things like that. But they're almost from your angle at the base of their neck, almost a little lower down, is something reddish brown colored. Ark is blue and has blue lines, but there's something a sphere or something of reddish brown, which the woman behind Ark is looking at, and then takes a vial of something else in him. Not that, doesn't really touch that, just kind of looks at it, is looking it over, and is taking a vial of some of the more you all have seen him bleed before, though, right?
Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not been blood.
No.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit more liquidy than that, though. But you see that you're smacked in the face with that, Hideaki, as you go to run after. Do you still go after?
Everybody's got fucking secrets today.
Keeps going. Okay.
And he just says that out loud.
Perfect. Iska does not bat. Yes.
I want to know that as soon as Hideaki did his and started
Indiana
bolting
Jones.
after, I would have apologized to my grandmother and gone after him.
Okay.
Because I don't want him to kill his dad.
Got it.
Amazing.
Erife, what do you do this convenient excuse to not be near Anfar?
I know.
You're
welcome.
I think she would try and take that opportunity and look at him and go, this may be something I need to help deal with. I'll be right back. And then she's just gonna go slow. I mean, not run out, but she's definitely going to
Power walk.
Yeah, she's gonna not make it look like she's trying to run away, but I think it's one of those like, hey, you see, there's a thing that happened. There's a sense of urgency.
God,
I'm
so
gonna
sorry.
go.
Yeah, perfect.
While
So-
looking at Ark's thing, going the fuck, and then keep going.
Great. Ark, how do you react to, though obviously knowing that you're being stuck still right now, but Hideaki does kind of like go right past you. Do you respond or react in any way?
No.
Perfect. So, as this attending and maintenance is occurring to Arc 2, you all run after Hideaki, whom you see someone wearing similar colors to Hideaki kind of following after him as well, with a little bandana on her head. And you see, as you walk out the doors following those, a concerned teacher Ott following after you all as well. So, we're going to handle this in order. Hideaki, you start.
If he doesn't stop, I'm going to summon Overnosa in front of him.
When you come back, like when you come out basically and he looks back and sees you, he goes, Hideaki, I need a moment. Give me space.
No! You don't get to lie to me anymore. You don't get to keep shit from me anymore. You're handling this right now, or you could fucking leave now.
Your mother kind of coming in going, all right, now calm down. What are you talking about, Hideaki? What lying?
Actually, not even lying. It's more like half-truths. It's more like telling a piece of the story and stopping. I've had it up to here with that.
You know, your father is doing his best.
What happens when his best isn't good enough anymore?
Sweetheart, you don't get to decide that.
Yeah, I do, actually. It's my
At
fucking
this
opinion.
point,
Sorry,
Eric
language.
Tell.
Oh, great.
Yeah, the
Everyone, this is my father, Hisashi. This is my mom, Kiyomi, of the Inkulta Chiris. That's the village that I'm from.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
sorry to take you away from your families.
Don't worry about it. Everything all right?
No,
Okay.
everything is not all right.
You hear your father go, this is private. Hideaki.
I think that's really interesting that you bring up the thought of privacy. We've had to deal, me and my friends here, had to deal with a lot of secrets amongst each other, amongst the school that we just so happen to be attending as we get ready for the ceremony that's about to happen. And I am just out of patience. I've been empathetic, and I've tried to be kind. And when you said that this is all I'm allowed to say, and you're the village fucking elder, I lost. That was it. That was where my patience ended. So, I want to be clear though. I do want you here. But you have a choice to make, Father. Because these are my friends, and I trust them implicitly, and they're going to know what you told me, whether you tell them in front of all of them, or if I tell them. So, you have an option again. We can talk about this right now. I'll give you a breath to collect your thoughts, because that is fair. Mother is right. If you choose not to, that is also a choice. But then you will also have to deal with the consequences of that choice. The consequence of that choice is that you will never see me again. So what's it gonna be?
Your father is clearly heated and angry and trying to sort of keep some composure, you see this Tal and Arafe kind of like, he's kind of looking to the side like, Hideaki, I don't know at what point along the way I lost your trust. And for that, I'm sorry. However, you are not entitled to every piece of knowledge in the world. And sometimes there's finesse approaches that can do you wonders. I came here, a long journey, to warn you and speak to you and share the truth. And before ever asking why I can't share more, you decide that it's for some ulterior motive that I'm enjoying keeping this from you. That's not fair. I am doing my best, and I have a whole village to keep in mind and to protect in your absence.
And while you have a village, I have the rest of the world to think about.
Come. Kind of gestures to your mother.
You're right, though. I didn't consider why you can't say the things that you do.
Oh, you always... Your brother, like, he was about to retort, and she kind of like... Alright. Sweetheart. Give him time to cool down, and I'll write to you, okay? We can discuss this, and we won't... We'll just go back to the city for now.
If we don't discuss it today, I don't ever want to discuss it.
She kind of looks over at your father. I do want to give an opportunity for Tal and Arafe to do something if you want.
I think the only thing that Arafe would have done is when Hideaki was, yelling that a lot of secrets have been revealed today. Arafe would have given just one of those quick, comforting, like, shoulder bumps to Tal without maintaining contact, because she's not sure if Tal is good with that right now, but just kind of you're good. But Arafe recognizes that this is not a place for her to step in, so she's just going to shut up and let it happen.
Yeah, Tal is going to leave before that conversation is done. So, like, there's that little, like, you give Tal that little bump, and I don't. It maybe. I mean, it's up to you, but like, Tal is like absolutely trying to like leave, extract themselves back inside, because this is not only like they know why Hideaki is mad a little bit. A reason is because of her, and
just to clarify, because I heard it there, that conversation, the picnic, was not today.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And he didn't say today. He's saying like that's at the season actually.
Yeah. Tis the season.
Yes.
Tis the season.
And the kind of like, it wasn't quite a 1-for-1, but it was kind of pulling a lot of like the arguments that they would overhear with like their uncle, who was not a pleasant person to be around, at least for Tal, and was starting to just kind of feel a little bit like, I don't want to become a problem in this situation, or be used in this situation to further a problem. So, I think without even like talking to Arafe, is just gonna like, maybe it was like before, it was probably towards the last little bit of Hideaki's talk to his dad. I think Tal would have just like turned and started going back inside.
As you head back, you pass Teacher Ott, who kind of pauses and kind of like reaches out to you. Is everything okay?
I think so. Hideaki might need some advice from someone like you, though.
Of course, favorite teacher. Go be with your family. That's all right. I'll go see what's going on. Kind of like pats you on the shoulder and like passes you and joins everybody as kind of joins in as your father Hideaki turns to like come to like start turning around and leaving. As he comes in, as Teacher Ott comes in, is everybody okay? Is there any assistance I can provide?
Are my parents still within earshot?
Yeah, they're kind of like paused, like, because you said something, so they kind of paused walking away.
Yeah.
It's this sort of like interim
Awkward, yeah. You should at least stay for the ceremony. You've come a long way.
Teacher Ott's just like, takes a kind of stands next to you, Arafe, and kind of doing that same like, I'm here, but I'm gonna let this, not gonna interfere.
We're moral support, but we're staying behind.
Yeah, exactly. And he does, as he kind of steps by next to you, he kind of gives you a smile, Arafe, like, good to see you here. Like, he's appreciative.
And she just looks at him and goes, it's been a long week.
Yes. At that, your mother gives you a very warm smile, Hideaki, because she sees the olive branch for what it is. And
he sighs loudly.
She gives you kind of a squeeze kind of on your forearm and turns to put a hand on her husband's shoulder. And
as she spins around, he squeezes her hand.
She gives you another kind of just understanding and knowing smile, and she doesn't, it's not that they're walking away, but your father's turned away from you, and she's next to him, a hand on his shoulder as she's talking quietly to him.
And as they do, and like Teacher Ott's like right there. I do want them here though.
Your father conversing kind of in whispers to your mother. You see him kind of shoulder slump just a little bit and nod as they turn back to face the auditorium, and they sort of just, he's silent. He's not going to almost like risk continuing a conversation and it going not a good way, and just gestures like to the doors, as in like, go ahead, then they'll follow.
I looked at Teacher Ott. Really could have given somebody a bit of a heads up. Like he like just like buries his like face into his hands for a second.
I will talk to the teachers about that tradition because I understand.
Is it typically like a surprise, no matter how traumatic and ridiculous it is?
Well, usually we are aware of what students have difficulties we were not aware, or unique circumstances.
I didn't tell you.
And that's okay. That's okay. This is a momentous occasion, and we will go and begin the ceremony shortly. So come on. And he kind of like guides, almost like everything's okay. This is gonna be great. And guides you inwards back into.
He's pulling a Go Team Duval thing. Got it.
Mm-hmm. And as they're heading in, Arafe will just see Hideaki's parents go, it's nice to meet you. And then
I love you so much, stuff.
Oh gosh, and Hideaki's mom is like, gives you this beaming smile, but like you can tell there's like the awkwardness is heavy.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you, but let's not talk.
Yeah, let's. And after a little bit, after you enter, and Hideaki, you enter and go back, there is a moment. There is a little bit of time before the doors open again and your parents come back in. But meanwhile, Tal, you have gone back to your family.
I actually went to go check up on Ark.
Cool. Oh, okay. It doesn't take long as you're approaching. Iska is, you see her finish collecting something, and closing like the panel back up, handing some tools back to Ark and saying, "Clean those, and we're done."
Sure.
Ark, is everything okay?
Ark looks up, sees Tal. Yes, everything is fine.
And you must be Taliatya.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have business with Ark 2?
Well, I just wanted to make sure,
Just kind of points to like the back of their neck.
I never seen that happen before.
I should hope not. He's something I made.
What?
She just looks at you like, what? Well, she doesn't say what, but that's like the look of, huh?
Are you their parent?
No. That implies relationships that are complex.
Then who are you?
I made him, as I said. My name is Iska.
Ark's
Just to be
sitting there
clear,
silently.
Ark's never mentioned this person to us in game, right?
I think at
Like
most there was a
above table.
mention of
A mentor, I think, is the word he used.
Yeah.
a mentor or a
Okay.
person.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds
okay.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said like
Got
a mentor, the person that taught them how to fight. And then he said he was 5 years old. Like that. That's probably like the closest you've got to
Right.
it.
Okay. 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 Great. All of that is super confusing information when you put it all together and you don't know what machines and androids are.
Uh-huh.
Great.
Well, that for us.
Yeah, Tal was like, I think like you can visually see them trying to put like all of the compiled information they have about Ark together in relation to this person, and they just look so incredibly confused.
Iska kind of
Um,
like just taking the opportunity as you're processing, just kind of looks at you and goes, "Do you consider yourself Ark 2's friend?"
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, it's our tagline.
I also forgot again that I was unmuted.
I love it.
There's a little bit of a pause, but Tal will look over to Ark and like have like a very small smile, but will say,
I do.
Interesting. And Ark, you mentioned the individuals on campus. Do you consider this one your friend?
Ark like lets it sit for a couple of seconds. No, I don't believe so.
I see. Ark, a moment, please. And in the way of, can you step away from this conversation? She wants to talk to Tal privately.
Sure. He gets up and walks exactly out of where earshot would be. Like the
Perfect.
step where he wouldn't hear.
As Ark 2's friend, it would be very beneficial if you could assist them in their acclimation to emotions. Is that something you'd be willing to take up?
What do you mean?
Well, R2 is an android, and one that I built, and
A what?
you can tell there's this like look of like, I don't like repeating myself. Android?
You said that, but that's...
If you are looking to the definition of android, I would recommend articulating your question clearer. Android is the type of individual that ARC is. The definition is a complex one, but they are made a synthetic life form. Though a life form nonetheless.
Okay.
Again, is this something you would like to take on? Or would be willing to? In exchange, I can provide assistance or any other provisions that you might require.
Are you asking me to teach him how to feel?
Assist him on his journey. It's why I sent him to this school.
What kind of journey are they on?
There's another smile that crosses their face, which is not one that you've seen before. Of greatness. No, I take that back. Of perfection.
That's
I
not
hope.
perfection.
The first didn't work out as well.
What? There's another one?
His name is Arc 2. I thought that was clear. Well, you think on it, and while
I
I'm
want
around,
to.
if you... Excellent. Well, would you like an exchange?
You seem to have a very small view of Ark. It's very shallow. It
Curious you'd
sounds
say
like
that.
it sounds like you're talking about him like he's
An android?
a tool or a toy or a book or a spoon or a bowl or something like that. They're not.
No. He is a being of his own. But I look forward to when he shows me that side of him.
What
The
if he
more
doesn't
complex
want
one.
to?
Why wouldn't he?
Maybe he doesn't. You made him, but maybe he doesn't owe you anything.
I appreciate your assistance. She kind of raises her voice over. Ark?
Ark begins walking up.
She doesn't seem particularly interested in continuing to engage.
I'll turn directly towards Ark and say,
Ark, what is an android?
An android is a synthetic being created by someone else.
Are you ever going to tell us you are an android?
If it was asked.
Touche.
I did not attempt to hide it.
Secrets.
There is
Yes.
a tap, tap, tap of a cane or a staff that comes from the stage.
Nice.
So good.
Soundmaster.
You turn as the crowd begins to quiet. And you see Teacher Ott on stage. Ah!
Oh my God, Waffles, I love you so much.
It's happening.
Everyone dies.
Roll for initiative.
Dragon's attack.
Welcome everybody. Please take your seats. The ceremony is about to begin and I will ask the initiates to please come to the stage. And you see in the back row there is like sort of like just a row of like chairs with some desks and craft materials. It's interesting. You don't there's stuff on stage basically and places for y'all to go, which you'll see what it is when you get up there. Does everybody sort of file in and go towards the stage?
I would
Yeah.
like to, as we start to move that way, I would like to extend a hand towards Ark in front of this woman person.
Ark will look back at Iska.
Why do you look to me?
Ensuring that I should go.
They called for us.
He starts going. And he'll take Tal's hand.
Yes. Great.
Progress.
Take like holding hands.
He'll allow himself to be like pulled away, and then he'll like drop the hand.
Okay. Still progress.
Semi-progress.
The audience hears.
Interesting.
Okay, so y'all file.
Syrup, you're out of focus. Syrup.
You're doing so well that the
So
camera
much
the
teacher
camera
auditing.
was like, ah.
Cameron was like, bruh, this is just
There
too
you
much
go.
Gina
Perfect.
badass for me. I can't handle.
No, you were perfect.
Oh,
It's
no!
fine. It's fine. It's
Oh
fine.
no, you
Oh,
broke the cameras.
Oh, you're town
No, I
now.
didn't.
Cool, cool, cool.
You're
I'm
the
the GM,
GM
everyone.
now.
Everyone wins. We win the game. We're on
Okay.
before.
Remind me to show you how to not have that happen. Mine doesn't change. I'm sorry. Mine doesn't change when that happens.
Alright, we're fixed.
That was
Okay.
so fun.
We're at level 20 now. Let's go.
Yeah, I said that when I was the GM, actually. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you were in the GM chair. It counts. It's official. It's
That's
canon.
it. It's it. The
It's
mass
canon.
ceremony is level 20.
So,
to a dragon.
by the way, this auditorium, I forgot to mention, takes place in Tireless Hall, which is one of the buildings that are known, named after the Golden Snake, which is one of the warriors of Tembe. It's usually the place where like rituals and ceremonies and such are held. Just some lore, because I forgot to say it.
You said tireless? As in-
Tireless.
Tireless, yeah, like not tired. Tireless Hall.
Tireless.
So like I mentioned the teachers that are there. Okay, perfect. When
did.
everyone is gathered on the stage, we take a moment. Teacher Ott says, as our initiates get settled, I would like to tell you a story. That story, Syrup needs to go get real quick.
Oh, God.
Oh god.
We love story time with
Oh,
teacher
God.
slash
All the
GM badass. Y'all, isn't Syrup doing like wonderful? Like I
Right?
said privately that this is Syrup's
It's
best
aight.
session, and I still think
Yeah.
that. So if you think that, you should tweet at Revica_Scarab.
No.
Syrup?
Yes.
It's Scarab.
Scarab.
Revica_Scarab. And then donate to our coffee.
There you go. Donate to our
Oh
Ko-fi
my
so that
gosh.
we can continue to do this show forever and ever and always. Amen.
Oh, yeah, you're 5.
So, and with the sort of subtle punctuations of magic, not in a showcasey way, not in a pizzazz way, but in the gentle accents, I want you to imagine the story that Teacher Ott weaves in front of the auditorium to the quieting crowds as accentuated with magical emphasis. In the time of regrowth, after the skies turned dark, a warrior turned from fighting to tend the land. The warrior took one of their spears and used it to dig holes in the earth, placing a plantain seed into each. With their other spear, the warrior carved a channel from a nearby river, allowing water to nourish the seeds. Long the warrior toiled until their field was complete. The warrior's name was Ibex. Ibex worked hard in the field, and when a season had passed, the field flourished with ripe plantains, each as gold as Ibex's mask. The warrior cut down each bunch with their twin spears and parceled them out for each village under their protection. When they completed the task, 2 plantains were left, and Ibex went to the gate in front of their field. "I have food left over. If there are any bellies that need filling, come, and I shall divide what's left." 2 creatures stepped forth. Great Hippo lumbered from the river, and Tiny Ant skittered from the forest. "Kind Ibex, the rivers have been empty. I would ask for a plantain to survive," Hippo asked politely. "Strong Ibex, little has been left on the ground for me to scavenge. It would be just of you to give me a plantain to survive," Ant demanded confidently. Ibex thought long and hard. There were 2 creatures before them, and 2 plantains. There was only one fair solution. "You may each have one, then. Go and be well." And Hippo returned to the river, cradling her single plantain in her large hands, while Ant returned to the forest, dragging his plantain behind him on a leaf with all his might. Ibex returned to the field once more. This time they placed rocks around the outside of the field to shore it up, and they worked manure and charcoal through the soil to enrich it. Another season passed, and the harvest was more bountiful than before. There was more than enough food to go around for all the villages, and a dozen plantains were left over. Ibex returned to the gate and once more called out, "I have food left over. If there are any bellies that need filling, come, and I shall divide what's left." As before, Hippo and Ant came forth, but this time Hippo was smaller, and Ant came not as one individual, but a swarm of 11. "Kind Ibex, I thank you for your generosity. Though my stomach growled through the last season, I feel I need only a single plantain as before." "Strong Ibex, I have grown more numerous, as I now have 11 bellies. It would only be fair for me to receive 11 plantains." Ibex had a slight doubt, but they thought hard. There were 12 creatures before them, and 12 plantains. There was only one fair solution. "Hippo, as there's one of you, you will have 1 plantain. Ant, as there are 11 of you, you will have 11. Go and be well." And Hippo returned to the river after thanking Ibex, swooning a bit from hunger as she carried her plantain, while Ant formed a line carrying each plantain back to the forest in a chain as drool dripped from his lips. Ibex returned to their field. Surely, they thought, if they could simply grow more, there would be enough to give everyone an equal share. Ibex toiled harder than they ever had. They sang to the wind, and they sculpted a sphere of light above the field to shine on days the sun could not. Teacher Ott does this, showing Ibex toiled and toiled, and when the season had passed, their field shone gold as far as the eye could see. Ibex sighed in relief after they had passed out the harvest to their villages, as they saw the countless plantains remained. Surely this time it would be enough. They returned to the gate and called out, and they dismayed to see that Hippo came from the river, no bigger than a dog. An ant came in a swarm of thousands, buzzing and biting with great hunger. Kind Ibex, I've grown leaner over these few seasons. I think a single plantain is all I might need. Strong Ibex, there are many thousands of me now, and my hunger is vast. As before, you should give me one plantain to Hippo. You should give one plantain to Hippo, and one for each of me. Ibex looked at Hippo with her grumbling stomach and Ant with his many mouths, thinking something must be amiss. They turned to their field for advice. What should I do? I have given all I can, and I've given it as fairly as I can. The field spoke to Ibex. Ibex, you've tended to me well, but in trying to be fair, you've given Hippo less than she needs, and Ant has grown entitled and ravenous. With each season, these differences have only become more pronounced. You must think not about what seems fair, but what actually is. Ibex thanked the field for its wisdom and returned to the gate. Hippo, I apologize. I've given you less than you need for many seasons now. Ant, for many seasons now, you have taken more than you need. Please allow Hippo to take what she requires of the harvest, and you're welcomed to the rest. Ant's greed turned to indignant rage. He gathered himself into a column towering over Ibex, Hippo, and the field. If you will not give me what I need from your harvest, I shall eat you instead. He roared, but in that moment Ibex showed why they were first and foremost a warrior. They struck at the river with their spears, carved a second channel in the earth that washed Ant away until he was a single insect once more. Ant scuttled back into the forest, and Ibex threw a plantain after him, allowing Hippo to take as much as she needed. In time, Hippo returned to her normal size, and then lived healthily, starting a family of her own. Ibex kept an eye out for Ant, who continued to skitter around, seeking more than he needed, his numbers swelling from time to time. But above all else, Ibex remembered to consider not just what seemed fair, but what was. I want to take a side moment to give a huge shout out, because that story is Paizo's story, not mine. And I don't know if anybody has noticed, but Ibex, in the story in this book, which is one of the later books here, is only referred to as they, them. And I think that meant a lot when I read it. And I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Me too.
At the closing of the story, there is murmurs of appreciation and nods and claps, but polite and quiet. Teacher Out turns to you all. And in front of you, by the way, there is benches with all kinds of crafting material. There is... I lost where it says it, but there are beads and feathers and paints and all forms of things. And in front of each... There's actually... The seats are all in the back, and in front is one desk with these pieces. Teacher Out turns to you. Today you will make your first true mask. Each student's mask is an embodiment of their learning and a reminder of the idea that over time, people gain other names and faces. Although a mask is worn over the face, it is a reflection of who a person is underneath, as well as a visualization of who the person hopes to become. The person beneath the mask has flaws, as all people do. But they also have hopes, dreams, and memories that define them. I'm laughing because I knew Ark would shake their head.
I can't.
Well, I mean, I guess like technically true since Ark's not a person. You know, flaws is all people do. Yeah.
Let's unpack that at a later date.
Listen, you flawed once.
We shall work together to make your first true mask the expression of your spirit face within. What you do with this mask is up to you. Some wear it proudly and at every opportunity, a sign of who they have become, with their souls writ plain on their face. Others choose to keep their mask secret and safe, cherished and shown only to those who trust most in life. Many find somewhere to fall in between. The ceremony itself will be conducted in several parts, kind of turns back towards the crowd. First, the initiates will come forward with their cohort and will begin with the teachers the rituals necessary to mold and create one of these plain masks. The task is an artistic one. Of course, for painting a mask and adorning it with beads or feathers is an artistic task. But your hands will be guided by your spirit. Its final shape is what you will it to be. You will then hold your mask, meditating upon its meaning, as the rest of your cohort completes their masks. Your mask may change shape in your hands as you meditate. This is not unexpected, and it means your mask is attuning itself to you. Then at my signal, all in your cohort will don your masks as one. You see the urn there? It is a receptacle for your beads. If you wish, you need not wear them any longer, for when you don your mask, you cease to be an initiate and become an attendant of the Magaambya. Essie, Jana, come forward with your cohort. Now, for our ease, I'm going to go through these somewhere. They're there. Briefly, we begin with Essie. And at the end of these, you all will go. So be ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
We ready.
I wish I was.
I'm not ready.
I'm not ready at all.
Let's just do it next time.
No, don't.
Oh, you want to?
I hate you so much.
It's midnight. We could
It's
if y'all
fine.
want.
Doesn't
I'm
even
Central
feel like
Time.
midnight.
It's 11. It's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
Whatever time I want it to be.
It's only
5
9 p.m.
o'clock
on the West
somewhere.
It's 2 o'clock.
Coast.
I also want to give a shout out to the amazing Paizo community that allowed most of this to be things that I pieced together. I didn't have to work 20 hours to put together, and it was
Yes.
great.
Yes, queen.
Paizo Reddit community is amazing.
It really is.
It's been so hard not to look.
Essie steps forward. She raises her mask. Now I'm going to we're going to skip through the process of them crafting these and go for the result anyways before the meditation. Essie raises her mask. It's a noble Cape buffalo. Incredibly intricate in its carving, with grand multicolored horns and shocking in its realism. She says, "This is my mask of a buffalo. It's to show," I don't remember what accent I had for her. Does she have a British accent? Let's go with it.
I think
Essie?
so.
I think so.
Essie was Hermione. Yeah.
Cool. It's to show my dedication to the city and the resilience to overcome any obstacle. Next is Miriama. She holds her mask, a black sable. If you're not familiar with sables, they're one of the ferret
ferrets.
family.
Like
Yeah,
ferrets
they're
and minks, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a cool Pokemon.
Simplistic in its design, but with silver metal accents outlining the edges. She says, "My mask is the humble sable. I appreciate their noble and curious nature. They speak to me." Next is Noxolo. Noxolo raises their mask. A nosoi with an intricately carved white-beaked mask. For those that aren't familiar, because it's a Pathfinder2e creature, think Plague Doctor, but bird.
I love that.
It is etched with they're considered psychopomps as well. It is they like reapers, like for the dead.
Oh.
It is etched with gray crocodile pattern. Black feathers extrude in a crest to its side, leaving enough room for their variety of hairstyles that they like to experiment with. This mask is of a nosoi. Though to many a messenger of death, it represents the freedom I found in this place. Next is Ignacy. He raises his mask. Ignacy raises his mask, somewhat resembling a black fox, with asymmetrical black silk fur in fashionable patterns, covers half his head. It's only a half mask. The eye holes magically enhance the blue in his eyes, because he's got to stay handsome. My reasons are my own, he says simply, though with a softness to his tone. Next
As a
is the
community, we're
Koro.
gonna have words.
Oh my god.
Next is Okoro. Okoro lifts his mask. A dire rhinoceros with several horns, covered with charming, colorful patterns. I want this mask to show my tenacity, to show I'm rough and tumble, but can also have a good time. Whoa, words. I don't think, what word was I just trying to say? Strands of glowing dawn. Whew. So anyway, raises her mask. A colorful peacock spider. I can't say I have the most noble of reasons. They're my children's favorite. And nothing is more important in my life than them. You note, however, that it's masterfully carved to stay stable between her spider, hybrid, and human forms. I know I'm missing chat. I'm just going to keep ignoring it.
That's probably
Please
smart.
do.
Yeah, great.
Love how we do this every episode.
Yes.
Sarah, don't look at anything.
Abram's mask is a blue colorization. It's patterned with wispy and flowing white patterning. The elongated snout and a set of 4 horns, 2 above the brow and 2 below the jawline, indicate that this mask represents a cloud dragon. But at the edges of the mask, the blue transitions into a fiery red with plumes of feathers. He announces, "My mask is foremost that of the cloud dragon. It symbolizes the pride of being an Mbeki," which you know is the tribe of dwarf that they come from, "and my hopes to take flight. But it also has the feathers of a phoenix to represent the fires of passion that I bring to all that I do."
God, I love him so much.
Love this guy.
I love him so much.
Anchor root.
Go on.
Anchor Root's mask is in the shape of an avian head. It's pale, bone-like colorization, and has bone-related iconography. Anchor Root was seen attaching shorter, well-preserved bones that she brought in with her, with the help of the teachers. It doesn't cover her muzzle, but it fully covers her eyes. Anchor Root lifts her mask, but then looks to Habram. And Habram, stepping forward again, says, "Anchor Root asked me to announce her mask. Her mask is that of a bird and represents her connection with her family." He then clears his throat and repeats the phrase in Knoll.
Oh!
Oh!
Nice.
Chizire. lifts his mask. It's plain wood with dull earth tones in the vague shape of a lion. The eyes are wide and vividly colored. He goes, "My mask is a lion because it kind of looks like me." Shazira's parents look very annoyed.
My dude.
However, observant individuals might realize that the placement of the eyes are actually decoys, and the eye holes are hidden lower down to help him nap.
I love him so much.
Zero.
Arafe Troka.
Yes.
Describe your mask to us that you craft.
Yeah, so you say these kind of craft, like we don't carve them, they kind of craft themselves in our hands through magic, correct? Is that how that went?
You have crafting supplies. You have feathers and beads and paints. And as you work to craft them and make them, they form beyond just what you're doing.
Okay.
And they take shape.
Okay. So I guess anybody who is watching her make this, there is struggle at first. Originally, what I was going to do, and so we kind of went through a journey with Arafe, is I was originally going to do like a plague doctor mask that was a crane that had the eye markings of a kitsune mask that were blue with red beads associated with it. But Arafe is trying to do this, and it's not quite coming together. And she realizes it's because she's trying to make a mask that represents the people around her instead of one for her. And she hears Teacher Ott in her head go, "Intent." And that's when she starts to form a different mask. And the one that she ends up with is the head of a lioness that starts in the darkest of blacks and slowly fades into white as it comes to her hairline, so it goes back down. As it is going back, the fading that happens is silvers and whites that begin as curling vines and curling vines. And she realizes that she has chosen this because I've chosen the lioness. It is a guardian, and that is where I will stand as a guardian.
Amazing.
Yep.
Oh goodness. I'm not good at these things. Alright.
I can help.
Yeah, if you think I'm missing anything, feel free to jump in and help. So Art begins crafting this very plain wooden mask in the shape of a, for lack of better words, human face. On the mouth, it goes from a frown, kind of flattens out, and then goes into a smile, cut down the middle. And then on the smile side, you have like this angry open eye. And on the frown side, you have this like closed, very content eye. We'll draw it later. I don't have it drawn right now. And then on the inside of the mask, that's like the outside facing. And then on the inside of the mask is just this color wheel of spectrum, basically, like yellow to
Just a full color
Just a
wheel, the
full color wheel.
entirety of the inside.
yeah, the whole mask. It's like this metallic glistening color wheel, and then overlaid like on top of it, just kind of like blocking it out, is that 7-prong star symbol that we've seen on his letter that he got sent, like blocking out like a lot of the colors. He doesn't really show anyone the inside of his mask, but he says, "This is the mask I decided to make. I was made in this form." He, after all the conversations, feels free to say it like out loud to everyone. He goes, I was made in this form. But yet I will never be this form. So my mask is to show what I have to try to be for everyone else.
Ah. Hideaki in Kulta.
He walks up and kind of places this mask down, and the left-hand side has strands of beads, 3 of them on the bottom, middle, and top left. Beads of red, yellow, and green for his village. And then right above them, blue for Arctu's hair, green for Tal's bands that he thought were tattoos, and white for Erife's clothing and hair. And then tied to that, there is a sort of a collection of streaks of paint all around of the same colors that seem to just kind of stretch all around the face. And like on the far left side seem to sort of come together. The right side is bare, completely just straight wood.
What's the general shape of it?
It is long. I forgot to mention the left side is a kitsune mask. And there's a flash of blue light in his hand. He looks out to the crowd and he says, "This is not my first mask." And he changes shape. And he changes back. But this is for where I've come from and where I'm going. And the people that I'm going with. Into the future, whatever may come. But this is only half completed. Because I do not go on this journey alone. Manifest Edelon. There's someone else that needs to complete their portion as well. And Overnoza wraps around. And he says this isn't telepathically, he's just whispering. This is your tale too.
You hear
Even if
Overnoza's voice for the first time since your conversations with your father. And in that moment, hearing his voice, you realize like how much it was missing from those conversations. Like a purposeful silence. You hear Overnoza's voice in your head. I appreciate you. And know that there's 2 sides to every story. And he breath weapons over the mask. Half of it. And while it will take its final form with when you all meditate with it, right now the color kind of comes, what is it, acid? I forget.
Yes.
Okay. Though kind of like scarred and textured from that breath weapon, though controlled, not like everywhere, but it just, goes over that side of the mask. It sort of blends in with your half of it that you've made and takes the shape, kind of that elongated snout, to make it both match and not, but it very strikingly goes into the shape of a dragon. Or at least half of it, with his pointed, like, not horns, I forget what you call them, but like, the side
like little tendrils and
yeah, on one side that sort of matches only to the shape of the snout, but then kind of changes shape outwards from there. There's some oohs and ahs from the crowd. But
He looks out and sees if his parents are there.
They are.
And there isn't like it's not so much a grin, but just sort of an air of satisfaction. My father's not the only one keeping involuntary secrets from me.
Though you're not donning the mask yet. Don't forget. You're yeah.
But it was so cool.
But I want a persona.
No.
No, Jesus Christ! Like you knew this was happening.
Dripping acid. Right. Okay. No.
So right on, as the mask wraps, that's what I'll say to Overnose.
And you take it and step back. Taliatia of the Sojourning Song.
So much like Arafe, Tal had nothing for a long time. It was just the plain blank slate mask. As in this very pivotal moment, they suddenly started questioning especially after like, you know, kind of hearing people talk a little bit while everybody was creating their masks about like, you know, like, oh, I'm going to make this because of this and all this sort of stuff. They had no idea. They have no idea what they want to become. And that sits heavy with them for a while.
You do craft these with the help of teachers if you require it. So at that point, I think Teacher Ott would also say, these masks change with you. So they can represent one thing now and something else at another date. If you don't have the answers now, it's just part of the journey.
They'll nod, and they really think hard about like, there's a lot of thoughts that go through their head of like their friends and their family and everything that's happened, and like it's a lot of events, but again, they don't really feel like they know where they're going. They feel a little lost, a little aimless. And I think like for a brief second, they look at the mask and they see like, again, multiple different things that it could be. And they start taking bits and pieces of colored string and braiding them together. And eventually what they get is a slightly humanoid looking mask, kind of like one that just goes like over the nose and comes down a little bit. But it has two other pieces. It looks almost like there's three masks in one, two of them kind of like trying to pull out of this central one. And there are braided strings of metallic color that have been kind of lined the top and the bottom, and it's a very dark colored mask with like glitter starlight motifs almost on it. And they present it.
Are these shapes humanoid?
Yeah, I think they're not necessarily like, they're not like, you know, humans, but they're mostly like, you know, neutral humanoid faces.
When you go to step forward to present when your name is called, you do hear the faint whoop in the back of the crowd of your brother going.
They're that graduation family. Yay!
Oh, 100%, 1000%.
No.
And they present their mask and they say,
I don't know yet where my journey is going to take me, but I know that it's okay to change. And so I want to try to remain as malleable as possible.
and they'll step back.
As you all step back, it is time to sit and meditate with these masks. As you do, I'm going to go in the same order. And I have a question for you each. In this moment where you are meditating with your masks take final form. They go beyond the paint and crafts of the available components and become something more and beyond. They started to, but this is really them taking their final shape. Arafe. As you meditate, you think back to your journey since the first time you stepped foot in the Magaambya. Two things come to mind. You think of so many, and the two that come forward to you, amongst everything else, as you stare at the mask that you've made, you think about Yafira. You think about the impact this shadow has had, the answers they can hold, may hold, the progress that you have made with this shadow since your arrival leaps and bounds from where you started, but also defining and empowering and helpful. They're there with you. Always. They're your shadow. And that has helped you in your time here. You think of going into the city with Teacher Ott and the important lesson that he taught you when you were crafting your spell. How there was impact with intent and the thought of others versus the thought of yourself. And how that has crafted your journey thus far, and how that has changed since you've been at the Magaambya. And so I ask you, between those two, which do you choose to come to the forefront in this moment?
Oh, well, that's hard.
Be ready, y'all. Decisions are gonna have to be made.
Uh-oh.
Let's do it.
Uh-oh.
So I think for her, the thought of intent came during the mask portion.
Mhm.
And she sees that and she kind of thinks about Hideaki saying, you know, where I've been, but where am I going? When during his kind of talk. And so, and so she's going to kind of keep the Ott thing in the back of her mind. But the one that will stick in her forefront is the pull of Yafira and that connection and what that is going to lead to. And there is something in her who that thinks that is my way forward.
Hideaki.
Wait, there's no answer for
Uh,
this? What?
You'll get there. Don't worry.
Jeez, love that.
Wait, where did I go next? Was it Ark or was it Hideaki? It was Ark.
Hideaki.
I think it was. I think it was Ark.
Yeah.
I think it was me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was Ark.
Ark. You sit and meditate on these masks. The mask. Don't know why I said that. Okay.
I meditate on everybody's masks.
Yes, all of them.
Everything all at once.
And you think of what has defined your experience here at the school thus far. You think of the concept of failing, the studies and the pass fail mentality, the failure, whether it's intended or not, there's been a lot of time that you've thought of failure, about what is or isn't acceptable, what you need to do, what's the right thing to do. And how that's been challenged in your time here. And how many people have differing opinions. Not that that makes sense, because this is right. This is how you win. This is how you succeed. You also think about this concept of trust that has been difficult to grasp. And that you keep going back to the fact that you, though you don't understand it, trusted your cohort when you stood in the centipedes and made an attack that you knew had a high likelihood, percentile chance to take you down. And you did it anyways. Was that you being suboptimal? Why did you do that? It doesn't make sense. But is that trust? Which do you choose?
What am I choosing from? Trust and failure?
Mm-hmm. Specifically, because I missed this, with failure, you think back to one specific instance, which is the biggest experience of failure you've had at school. Tal's death. And resurrection. And the dichotomy of failing at the ritual, then succeeding and bringing someone back to life that you've slowly gotten closer to. So I will say choose between what you think of more in this meditation. Tal's death and resurrection and your experiences in the school, or falling in combat and trusting your allies.
Can I say both?
No.
I think, and this is gonna shape like part of the mask.
Definitely maybe.
Definitely
maybe.
Can I say that it does if I have an idea?
Sure.
Okay. I think he focuses on the failure, Tal's death, and the resurrection.
Okay. Do you want to describe how it changes your mask?
Yeah. So the front of his mask actually during the meditation begins to change into this reflective surface. And it kind of mimics the "you only see what you want to see" in me thought. because people will just see themselves on their in his mask. But on top of that, as he's like looking through this failure and like meditating on this failure, there becomes like a from top left to bottom right, like crack down it in the reflective surface.
Okay, sorry, just freaking out here. Great.
This
Listen,
is what
I'm
happens
screaming.
when
I
you
would
put
scream.
so many GMs in a game.
I would
This
scream
essay,
louder, but
I
someone's
will.
asleep.
In this essay, I want y'all to know also this is entirely ad lib.
Yeah.
Okay,
I wasn't ready
this
for
is
that.
amazing, amazing. I think the most beautiful choices come from that. So I think that was beautiful, and you're
Yeah.
awesome.
It's pure.
Hideaki,
Let's go.
you think to the moments that were influential in your experience at the Magaambya thus far, on your journey and your growth. And you think of two pieces. You think about a point in time where you have stood out from the rest. You have become a leader here in the schooling, in teaching others, in helping and guiding and making a difference. You've seen very distinctly how Arafe has grown in confidence from your conversations. You've seen the impact you've had on some of the individuals that struggle in class with their magic. And you think on how you've changed in that regard. And you also think about how in a moment of after Tal's death and resurrection, you made it about yourself. And though that may have come differently and processed differently after the conversation with Tal in the picnic, you recall the impact that first conversation had on you. That realization that, are you self-centered? And is this expectation different? And you think to just that conversation, how you were caught off guard. So you choose now between that moment of reflection and self-centeredness or the leadership that you have developed in your time here and your strength.
I think before the picnic, he would have chose that conversation. But now that, though he doesn't blame them for the decision that they made, that conversation is riddled with deceit is too harsh a word. But
Complexity.
No, it's well, sure, it was complex, but that's not what he's thinking about in regards to that. It wasn't coming from a place of truth when it comes down to all of it. So this is actually a very easy decision for him. He chooses the leadership.
Perfect. Valiatia, you have some meditation to do.
Tal's been doing a lot of thinking lately.
You think about, as my hair flips, okay. You think about your death. That monumental shift in everything for you. and it's ripples of impact. Talk about defining experiences. That one sticks out. And then you also think to a conversation that you had with Ark, and how just moments ago it was brought into like sharp clarity, where Ark says that you're not friends, and how that took you back, because it was one of the first times where you didn't immediately connect with someone, but it challenged your own thoughts in a way that sets you forward in a direction of understanding and growing as a person, and experiences that you didn't have at the circus. And so you have to choose between your death and that experience.
Nom,
Nom, nom, nom, nom,
nom, nom, nom, nom.
nom. Wait, this is live.
Yes, Robo. We love you very much.
I think, had it not been for all the conversations that had happened in this episode / the last week or so, there would have been a different choice.
Isn't that wild, y'all?
Isn't that wild? Because while it was an incredibly poignant moment, Tal's death does not linger in her mind. What does is reinforced by the inferred dismissal, almost the inferred apathy of person that Iska gave to someone that Tal is growing closer to, and realizing that Ark and everyone else mean a lot more than they've given credit for. And so they're really thinking about the conversation and how that one conversation changed them immensely.
So you choose that? Okay. As you attune to these masks in your moments of meditation, Kulu Ott steps forward and says, "It is time to don your masks and become attendants of the Magaambya." And with a flourish, you go to don your masks that have finalized in shape to be what you imagined. Because it's fun, and I would need to know what my choice made here. We're gonna do two things in quick succession, okay?
I thought you were going to cliffhanger us on that one. I was going to be like, you.
And
Would have
we'll
been-
see you
I-
next
I-
time.
I was about
I
to
was
riot.
gonna, but that's hard.
No, I was gonna riot.
I will fly to North Carolina.
Right now. Literally right now.
Hurry, cliffhanger.
No.
Yeah, quick.
Wait, I don't know if it's a threat.
Arafe, you have chosen Shadow. And as new attuned masks, these masks have become relics. What is a relic in Pathfinder2e? It is a gift. It is an extraordinary magic item that grows in power alongside you. Now, for Shadow, you have one final decision to make, only because I was curious and I couldn't decide for you. How do you view Yafira at this current moment? Is this shadow a comfort? Is it something that has grown useful to you?
I mean,
Or
if you're
is it
talking... Oh,
Sorry,
no,
there's three.
Nope, there you go.
I'm trying to think of how to phrase this one. So, okay, so
No, that's
there's
fair.
comforting and enveloping is one, like a safety. A safety. A usefulness. I don't want to say a tool.
I
but
would say, is it like a... It's more of a tool, not... So, I mean, it's a person, but more of a... You are useful to me as you give me something.
Yeah, do you look at her as in this current moment as something that can give you answers, that can give you direction? Or as someone that can give you assistance? So there's assistance, there is usefulness, and there is comfort.
In all honesty, at this point, Arafe's kind of forgotten that they've been giving her information. Not because it's not useful, just more of it has become what feels like more of a symbiotic relationship between the two. So I think it would definitely err more on the side of comfort and companionship.
Okay. Okay. You gain your mask, your relic gains, and I'll send these all to you, the minor gift of Obscure. Your shadow will absorb light and wrap around you, hiding you in darkness. As long as you are in dim light or area of shadows, you can attempt to stealth, to hide, and even if you aren't concealed, even if you aren't hiding behind something, you could, mechanics-wise, basically, but you can hide in shadows, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I really like that.
Arc.
Yeah.
Your relic gains... you have chosen Mind. And you gain the minor gift of Recalculate. It's a reaction, and as a reaction, is triggered when you fail an attack roll. Your analysis of angles, probabilities, and myriad of other factors flow from your relic into your mind. And after you miss an attack, preparing you for the next one, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to your next attack roll against the target you missed, as long as it's made before the beginning of your next turn.
Nice.
Hideaki,
Yo.
you have chosen Dragon.
I'm so hyped for you!
You gain a minor gift, where once per day, for 2 actions, you, Hideaki, have a breath weapon.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I'm dying. No, I cannot believe this. Oh my god.
Of the same type as Overnosa.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Talk about
dragon.
act together.
You are a dragon.
No big deal. Mind you, I forgot that's what I gave you when I had Overnosa Breath Weapon, but that's actually perfect.
Let's go.
Oh,
You can't write this shit, people.
Let's go.
I'm literally tearing up.
Tell,
Hi, hello, hi, hello.
you have chosen mind.
How
Anyone that-
interesting.
That arm has chosen. However,
Hmm.
you get a different minor gift. Your minor gift is called Repository of Knowledge. Your relic becomes imbued with psychic impressions of ages past. So when you have this relic, you are now trained in 3 additional lore skills. However, not of your choice. I'm going to tell you what lore skills.
Tell me what I know.
Suddenly, as you don your mask, as you are attuned to it, and it's on your person, you learn a flood. Or just, it's not like it's all coming to your mind, but you just feel this, this periphery knowledge. You gain android lore.
Fucking what?
You gain shadow plane lore.
No.
And you gain astral plane lore.
Fucking holy shit.
Fucking shit. Oh
Holy
my
shit.
god. All right.
And as you all don your masks, this faint noise that no one really paid any attention to suddenly heightens as the auditorium walls explode inwards
I
with the
fucking knew
weight
it.
of several giant beetles scrambling
I was
over
right
one
the
another, and a
fucking time. I
flood
was
of
right the
bugs
whole
follow them,
time.
a clicking, chittering, writhing mass that flows into the auditorium and throws the crowd and your families into chaos,
I hate this.
which is where we will pick up next time.
We knew it.
Yeah.
We fucking knew
These
it.
fucking celebrations that are always bad.
I've been holding
And now
on to conspiracy notes since episode 1. Hideaki was right about everything.
People care about now. They're here. That's not fair.
Teacher Ott, we're not allowed to have assemblies anymore.
No more symbols.
No more
Oh,
assemblies.
and though nobody sees it, there's a face that disappears
Of course there is.
from within a wall somewhere in the auditorium.
Arrgh!
Well, y'all,
It's so
I'm gonna pee my pants.
year anniversary
Yeah.